There were no seats. I'm just here for the Benjamin Builders tri-party agreement.
Okay, great, thank you. Great, so we do have water supply protection on the agenda pretty early, so that works. Great, I think we can probably go as specified and try to get things as quickly as possible. Okay, I see we have the on-air sign. I see it is 6 o'clock. Just making sure everyone's all set. Great. All right, in that case, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Monday, March 25th, 2024
Recording in progress.
meeting of... Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Monday, March 25th, 2024 meeting of the Lunenburg Planning Board. The meeting is happening tonight, as it happens pretty much every time, in Town Hall, in the meeting room. If you're watching at home and want to be here in person, drive on down and come on up. This meeting is being recorded. It will be broadcast on TV, and it is also available on Zoom. If you're watching at home and want to chime in via Zoom, you can get our agenda on the town website and come on in that way. I believe that's everything we have to say. Again, we're at Town Hall. Wonderful, we're in business. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. It's wonderful to see a lot of interested faces in the audience, and we may have some more at home. We'll find out. I see a lot of people here. Of course, for agenda-specific items, we'll have time to talk about those during public hearings, or if you're here for something and it's not officially a public hearing, but you're here as part of the public and you want to chime in, just give a hand signal to let me know, because we value public comment and usually try to solicit it. But for general, is there any public comment?
Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. I actually came down here assuming that Mr. Rogers would be here to do the pledge, and since he's not, if you don't mind, I would like to take the liberty.
So
Say the pledge.
I am happy to do that. In the future, I would ask that we do that before the meeting begins rather than during the meeting. I'm fine with it, but both in the interest of flow and for the own reasons I gave at a previous meeting, I would prefer we do it before the open of the meeting. But that's just information. I am not saying no. I'm perfectly happy with someone leading us in the pledge.
Okay, thank you.
If you wish, you may join.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any other public comment? Seeing none, and I'm assuming there's nothing in Zoom, we will head on forward. Next on our agenda is Master Plan Steering Committee application for member at-large seat. And we have the applicant here with us tonight. Please come on forward.
Hi, guys. Hi. I'm Pete Lincoln, 46 Hemlock Drive, and I'm applying for the master plan because there's no voice for PAC on the master plan. I was one of the three who signed the original contract to get cable into this town in 1986. And imagine what's happened with cable in less than 40 years. We're dependent on it. And I think in the master plan, what we're going to be doing with cable in the future is going to be extraordinary. And at this point, we need a lot of work. Have any of you ever been in our studio in the Passios building? Anyone? No. Well, I do a show there with my son called Talking Baseball. I've done that for a long time. And we are in one room, which was a second grade classroom, which is freezing in the winter, hot in the summer. There's a hole in the roof that has mold on it, another hole in the roof that leaks, and we have 1/4 of the room to use as a studio. There's simply a green screen and a couple of cameras set up. We need a studio badly. There've been 2 anticipated studios in some of the building reuse committees done, which were going to be, I think, 3 rooms with all the things we need, a green room, 2 different studios, storage space, an office space. But with the demise of both those plans, at this point, we have no specific plans, whatever, for a new studio, and we need one. So I want to be the voice for the future of communications and media in this committee, and I've been a member of PAC for several years, and it was, as I said, way back when I was a kid, signed the original contract to get cable in here, so I could take the big thing off my roof. That was the way we used to do it. I was a teacher here for 38 years. I've lived here since 1964, and love to work for this town.
Thank you, Mr. Lincoln. And,
Any questions?
sounded like you had something.
No, please continue. I was just saying thank you as well.
If I remember correctly, you've also been at many of the various master plan.
Well,
activities.
I'm also the chairman of the 300th Anniversary Committee, and 2 or 3 of the things that we're very concerned about dealt with master plan items, so I've gone to a couple of those just to express our need for space. So I know how it operates and know most of the people on it.
Great. I'll turn to the board for any questions. I don't really think it necessarily is relevant, but I believe if we approve Mr. Lincoln, that would be the final, I think that is the final open at-large seat, which means full committee. Very cool. You may know better than me, Mr.
I think that's correct.
Okay, great. So I turn to the board, see if we have any questions or comments.
I think that it's great to represent the kind of media production here in town, and I think it's great to have that voice of something that I hadn't even considered at the time. That's all. I'm happy you're bringing that to the table.
I'd agree with that, yeah.
I also agree with that, and I thank you for stepping up, and I think it will be invaluable to have you with your personal experience in town, as well as also being on the 300th. I think that would add some extra synergy to the productiveness of the master plan.
And the advantage of being the chair is I can just look down the line and say ditto. So there we are. This sounds wonderful, and thank you very much for volunteering. I would look for a motion if we have one.
A motion to approve Mr. Lincoln for his application to the Master Plan Steering Committee.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good. Mr. Lincoln, thank you very much for your offer of service, and we're definitely taking you up on it.
Okay. I'll see Kathy and get sworn in.
Yep.
I should tell you, Kathy was one of my students. That's how long I've been here.
There we go.
Good night.
Thank you.
you.
Good night.
Thank you again. Wonderful. Go back to my agenda, and we're on to public hearings. 255 Sunny Hill Road is listed, but they said
They
that,
requested a continuation, but the board hasn't voted.
I
Yeah, I can't hear Mr. Harris. Is it?
They requested a continuation, the board has not voted to continue the hearing yet. And I would also note that since then, they have also had email where they indicated it's going to slow with conservation than they even anticipated, and they're not sure that April 8th is going to work, but they didn't send a letter requesting a continuation
all right.
on that.
Is there a representative for 255 Sunny Hill here tonight? Are there any members of the public who are here regarding 255 Sunny Hill? Seeing none, I will move any technicalities we need to do. Just put it off till after the next public hearings.
Sure.
Just for the interest of helping our friends who are here for specific things.
We just, board's information, we did send out a letter to the abutters informing them that the applicant had requested a continuation.
We just need a motion and a second to continue to a date certain, right?
Right.
Oh, okay, I thought there was going to be more than that. We can do that quickly, just get that out of the way. Are they still requesting April 8th, or?
They didn't send a letter requesting anything beyond that, so I would say April 8th, and we'll get that clarified next week.
All right.
I don't think it's reasonable to expect it's probably going to be beyond that, because I think they're going to be for conservation around the 3rd or 5th. It's not that.
Why don't we go ahead and move them to the 22nd? I'll make the motion. They've been putting us off, so I don't think it's an issue.
I'm sorry, I can't hear, and now I can't hear Matt. Are your microphones working?
They're working. I don't know if they projected into the room.
They don't? Okay.
It's not
Okay.
doing very well, sorry.
But we can make a point of projecting, thank you. And because the audience is not mic'd, just so people know, there was a request from the audience that we basically speak louder because we're hard to hear, and that's fair. All right.
So I'll move that we continue the public hearing for 255 Sunny Hill Road to April 22nd.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Would you like to add a time for that so it's official?
6:05?
Great.
Yeah? We're not putting times on these, so. Anyways, 6:05.
You need to specify,
Yeah, time, date and time.
Yep.
Time.
Great.
Oh, second.
Okay. All great. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Very good. That is out of the way now officially. And hopefully everything will work well for them and we'll be able to have some meaty discussion at that time. Okay. Now we have public hearings for the Water Supply Protection District and the Solar Energy Battery Energy Storage Systems. We'll start with Water Supply Protection District because boy howdy were their hands for that. Love public participation. So we do need to open that public hearing. Ms. Reed, do you wish to read?
Oh,
or-
yeah, let me just find it. 1 second.
Oh, that
I think this is it. 1 second. It's loading, sorry. Okay, they're both on the same one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. The Lunenburg Planning Board will hold a public hearing on March 25th, 2024, 6:05 PM, Town Hall, 17 Main Street, Lunenburg, Mass., to make alterations to the Code of the Town of Lunenburg, Mass., Chapter 250 zoning, Article 4 use regulations, Sections 250-4.1G, use table, 250-49 Water Supply Protection District, 250/4.13 Solar Energy Systems, and updates to the official zoning map. Materials are available for viewing at the Planning Office at 960 Massachusetts Avenue in Lunenburg, Mass.
Great. Thank you. And as this is a public hearing, I see a lot of faces. I'm expecting there will be people here voicing their thoughts. When we do invite you to come up, when you come up, I'll remind you to please share your first and last name as well as your address. Many of you are old hands at this, maybe everyone is, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Great. So, we have the proposed changes. So, as a little bit of background, we brought to Fall Special Town Meeting a Water Supply Protection District update, and there was a lot of good discussion that happened before then, and even good discussion at town meeting, which is kind of rare and pleasant. And it was voted, understandably, to continue to Springtown meeting. Looking at, with some further review and some recommendations from Mr. Harris, he recommended some further edits to really clarify and try to lay out, based on some of the confusions and frustrations that were expressed by members of the community. And as a planning board, we elected to, rather than just take that same amendment, or that same bill, and go with the putting it off to Springtown meeting, tabling it, to resubmit it as a new bill, because that means we don't have to have a bunch of little nitpicky changes all listed as amendments for Springtown meeting, making it harder to understand. So that is where we are. For those of us on the board, what is the name of the current file in our system? PB02, Draft of Revised Water Supply, okay. And where we don't have the physical copies, we have the digital files now. It's often easier I'll share the file names with everyone as a way to make it easier for them to get it up here. Okay. We've looked at this, we've talked about it. Mr. Harris, could you explain any changes that have happened since the last time we talked about it? I don't know if there are many or any.
Since the last time we talked, I'm not sure there's been any changes. Just since November, the big change has been, as the chairman mentioned, making it clear that some issues they raised regarding Zone 1 and Zone 2, that nothing in here would regulate Zone 1, and make it clear that where Zone 1 and Zone 2 overlap, any parcels that are in Zone 1 would not, that parcel would not be in Zone 2. We understand that the line may divide a parcel, but that's where it would stop. And we did some similar with Zone 2 and Zone 3, as I recall as well. And the original proposal back in November did not delineate Zone 1, but you have to delineate Zone 1 for the purpose of excluding Zone 1. We've also corrected some internal references in here, and we've also added the Lunenburg Fire Department as one of the departments that should review applications. I think that's pretty much what we've done since November. There was a Section I has some kind of difficult language. It identified uses in Zone 2 that were subject to special permit, and then it came down and said those uses in Zone 3 are by site plan review. The way the wording is kind of clunky, so instead of leaving it that way, we took the Zone 3 portion and put it into a separate section altogether and said that's site plan review. Just try to make it clearer and more to the point.
Thank you. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, so correct me, but DEP has not gotten back to us about because we originally asked, because it seemed odd that they were as we discussed the map, that there were lines about Zone 2 within Zone 1.
Correct. I contacted Mass DEP, get some clarification of how a parcel could be in Zone 1 and Zone 2, and they said, oh, give me some examples. So I gave them examples of the overlapping in Lunenburg, and they never got back to me. I emailed them several times, called, and never got a response.
So what the new draft does is it explicitly takes those places that were questionable and unclear and makes it from my opinion, and I believe from Mr. Harris as well, since he's the one who did that writing, to be frank, makes it clear that where there's Zone 2 contained in Zone 1, no, it's Zone 1. And we are not regulating Zone 1 because that is something that is handled legally by DEP, maybe through the Water District or something. That's their thing to regulate. Similarly, I don't think there even was any, but if there was something where there's Zone 3 within Zone 2, no, that's Zone 2. Covering those bases. Because that was, I think, understandably a question, and we did try to address that. I'll take any thoughts or questions from the board before we're going to have more to talk about. I'd love to get some of the public input as well, but I want to make sure we have the opportunity to share any other thoughts, summaries, or questions we have before diving in that direction too.
I didn't notice anything glaring when I read over the comparisons as well as what was written. I think everything, all the concerns that were brought up both in town meeting and at previous meetings about it were addressed. I am not as well versed as other people in this type of documentation, so I would very much appreciate public input, but that's just my input, so I'll get that out of the way.
And as part of this process, what Mr. Harris did do was take the current bylaw, take the proposed bylaw, the one from fall, and did basically a line-by-line comparison to make sure that nothing was being missed or changed that we didn't know about. And then it was based on that he said, oh, well, if we're going to do this, we should probably look at these other things. And that was some of the wording changes to make it a little, hopefully, more clear. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. If you disagree with anything I say, trample right over me.
That's pretty much it.
You've got your thinking face on, sir.
Yeah. So I appreciate the little bit of time that we've spent on this since the fall town meeting, but I don't believe, aside from the two different modifications to it that we made on the floor at the fall town meeting, I think you might have mentioned one thing other than that that's changed since the fall town meeting to now?
There's more than that has changed since then. There's the clear delineation, rather than looking at saying the more clear wording that if it is zone one, first we identify zone 1. So we can then say, if there's zone 2 within zone 1, it's zone 1. And we're not touching zone 1, and we're not counting that zone 2 within zone 1 as part of zone 2, it's zone 1. Same as 3 into 2. There was also not necessarily a material change, but a wording change about permits versus special permits to make more clear which projects needed what. There were, as Mr. Harris pointed out, some other small things about including the fire department as one of the groups that signs off, because fire department pretty much always signs off on special permits. Things like that.
I appreciate that, thank you. So there have been a couple additional changes, but again, I don't think that we've spent any considerable time at any single meeting since the fall talking about this. Is that about correct?
I think we've talked about it at, I was going to say 2 meetings. I believe we've discussed it. Yeah, no, we discussed it, went over Mr. Harris's changes at 1 meeting for sure. I'm comfortable with that. I don't remember, frankly, off the top of my head earlier. We may well not have, but.
So just for full transparency, I'm pretty much going to repeat myself from last fall. This is an existing bylaw that we have on the books. What we have on the books was taken out, and what we're presented with as a draft was put in by our previous land use director, Mr. Burney, and it has since been edited. And by no means I want to minimize any of the work that Mr. Harris has done, but I don't think that there has been a lot of work that's gone into this since the fall town meeting, quite honestly. And again, I'm still not happy with, we've removed any protections whatsoever on Zone 1. We've removed any protections whatsoever on Zone 3. So Zone 1 is not so bad for me because Zone 1 is protected by DEP. DEP does not provide any protections whatsoever on Zone 3. We currently do, and this proposal is to get rid of those. Further, for transparency, my understanding of the impetus for this change was twofold. One, there were things in there that, for whatever reason, had not been enforced previously, and the land use director at that time apparently seemed it would be easier to get rid of those things than to start enforcing them. The other thing is that the impetus for this change was to allow for a potential construction project in town that would not be feasible without this being changed. Now, the changes that are proposed to allow for that, I can't necessarily say that I disagree with. They make sense in an engineering sense, they totally make sense. But that's not my understanding of a good reason to change town bylaws. And so, with that being said, and also I'll repeat, this planning board, we've spent maybe 3 meetings before the fall town meeting and before this annual town meeting. And quite honestly, given my experience on the planning board, that is not nearly enough time to thrash out an entirely new bylaw. It's not just revised, it's entirely new. So just from experience, we've spent the better part of a year or more on previous new bylaws. And to say that this is good, this is ready, we need to vote on it, I'm not behind that. Thank you.
I would strongly disagree with some of your characterizations. Okay. One being that we've not removed, this does not remove that Zone 3 is not regulated under this. It is regulated differently than Zone 2. And I recall that part of that was based directly, the regulations for Zone 3 were in part based on feedback from the water district and their needs of, in that direction. In addition, while it is my understanding that yes, there is a group that would like to do a project, and passing this bylaw would make that, would bring that closer to the realm of feasibility. That was not at any point the impetus for this, and they had not expressed that desire, to my knowledge, when this first came up. So I've seen no evidence that this was created based on that project, and I don't think it's fair to say that it was brought forward because of that. I can't say for sure the timing works out, that it couldn't have been, but that was not a discussion at any point among the board members or any discussion I had with Mr. Burney.
I think if you review the previous meetings, you'll see that Mr. Burney, and maybe it was off camera, I don't know, but Mr. Burney, in my recollection, did relate that to us.
It was, I was there for, I think you and I were both there for conversations that were you, me, and Mr. Burney, where he observed that that would be a side effect. I do not recall those being, I wrote this for that reason.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Now, I do want to turn to members of the public and hear some of your thoughts as well, please. So,
Thank you very much. Appreciate all your volunteer work and all the time you do. Mr. Harris, I appreciate the time you put into this. My name is Joan Pease. I live at 11 Winter Green Court. And I'd like to start with a definition I'd like you to keep in mind while I share my thoughts with you, and that is the definition of the term unforeseen consequences. Unforeseen consequences are outcomes of a purposeful action that are not intended or foreseen or planned for. On November 4th, 1993, an easement was issued to the Lunenburg Water District for a small area of land within the Woodlands Village at Hickory Hills Lake condominium. This private property consisted of a peninsula extending out into Hickory Hills Lake and abutting the lake shoreland. The easement the Water District was given on this area contained a little piece of Zone 1 and a little piece of Zone 2 around the Hickory Hills well, which was the reason for the easement. This is an extremely unusual situation that doesn't exist in surrounding towns. I have checked with water districts in many surrounding towns from here. And so I would not be surprised if the regulations that you're proposing would be perfectly fine if this special situation did not exist. In most towns, the water districts own the land that the well is located on. That is not the case for this well in Lunenburg. At the time that the easement was granted, the Water Protection District bylaws for the town of Lunenburg, which were adapted in 1987, were in place. And one can reasonably conclude that the people who accepted this easement accepted it based on the water protection bylaws that were in place at the time. These are the bylaws that you are now attempting to change, bringing a warrant forward. I'm not sure that the planning board has made a site visit to the easement, that they have researched with other towns. Do you have any wells, any Zone 1s, any Zone 2s that are not owned by the water district? This is a highly unusual situation. It is something that doesn't occur in other towns. The changes the present zoning board is bringing forward in their warrant article for the May 4th town meeting would do away with Zone 1 protections offered in the existing bylaw, that existing bylaw that was in place when the easement was granted. By abandoning any zoning regulations for Zone 1 and only allowing Mass DEP regulations to rely on protecting that zone, the planning board would be taking away protections that residents in this town presently have on private property. Protections which allow us to use the lake, protections which allow us to have recreational activities in Zone 1, protections which prevent the construction in Zone 1. These protections are important in this unique situation that doesn't exist in other towns because of an easement and the water district not owning the property. This amounts in many residents' minds to a bait and switch. Grant the easement under conditions A, change the Water Protection Act, easement's still there, bait and switch. The existing water protection bylaws offer reasonable assurances to many of the people in Lunenburg who are concerned about this, that recreation is allowed and construction of large industrial-looking buildings is not in Zone 1 of this easement. It should be obvious to all involved that changes to the existing water protection bylaw have met with considerable public resistance. I know I've only lived in town for 11, 12 years. 3 times I've voted at public meetings not to change these bylaws. And at the last town meeting, I was the one who made the motion to table it until it was well researched because of the special conditions that exist in Lunenburg that do not exist in other towns. Any proposed changes to these bylaws need to take into account the unique and special circumstances that exist on the Water District easement for the Hickory Hills well. Under normal circumstances, the water district owns and controls land around all their wells. The easement around Hickory Hills is extremely rare and unusual situation, and it requires real in-depth research with site visits and knowledge on each and every one of your parts on what is going to happen when you change these rules to this unique situation. And before I sit down, does anyone have any questions for me so I'm not up and back and up and down? Because I'd be happy to answer them. I will tell you that I've had dozens of phone calls from residents. And they say, why don't they listen to us? We keep voting it down. And they keep bringing basically the same thing back. Why don't they hear us? We are speaking through our voting. And I would strongly urge the planning board to table this at this time, to take a site visit, to ask to meet with some of the people who have been continually voting this down. Find out what the concerns are. This has been voted down, correct me if I'm wrong, I think in the last 10 years it's been voted down 3 times and tabled once. Hear us. We're speaking to you.
We may have questions, but I do want to turn to Mr. Harris as our technical expert first. If coming back and forth is difficult...
No, I can do it.
Because we can also just get one of the microphones from we can get the microphones from our wonderful friends in the TV booth if coming up and down is at all difficult.
No, it's not difficult, it's just cumbersome.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions? But I really would encourage you to take a site visit, find out why it's a unique situation, find out how it's different from other towns, find out what the conditions are when the easement was granted. And listen to your voters. It's happened 3-4 times now.
I would only push back on the notion that I believe this board has been listening to the voters. We have actively solicited feedback. You and I and myself and others, and I'm sure you and others up here and others up here, have had conversations about this over time. Our emails are always up on the town website. We have actively solicited feedback.
Can I just ask how many have had a site visit and have actually seen the situation? How many on the planning board have researched the easement and know how this is different from other towns? And thus they can plan for the residents after having done the research on that?
I can kind of answer your question, but it was loaded. I have met with the Water District Superintendent. We spent well over an hour in conversation. I am very familiar with Hickory Hills, having grown up here all my life.
I know you are, Matt. I know you are. But have any of the other members researched this special situation? Because it's tough. It's a tough situation. It's not the normal run-of-the-mill situation.
I have not been out for a site visit, but I've been involved in numerous conversations, and that particular factor has, while everyone has been aware of it, has at no point come up as a concern that that it would be differently affected. The only concern that came up about limiting the town's enforcement was the fact that it wasn't super clear that we were supposed to be, and for Zone 1, and that the real power there lies with DEP, and that their regulations are viewed as what trumps everything, and that they get to make their changes regardless of what we do here. We can regulate it, we cannot, but DEP controls Zone 1 regardless.
Well, you know, there are other town entities that deal with DEP as well. I know, for instance, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission has to follow the Inland Wetlands Act and has to deal with DEP all the time. And yet, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission has different regulations that specify other things that DEP doesn't. And you don't have to have the regulations exactly the same. In other words, whatever the most stringent regulation is in that situation, that will trump the other. So for instance, if DEP says, yes, you can build a big commercial treatment plant in Zone 1, and Lunenburg's planning regulations say, no, you can't, then the Lunenburg regulation would trump the DEP one at that time. And this happens a lot because of the Conservation Commission has more stringent wetlands bylaws than the state does. And there are other examples in this that would do it. But again, I want to go back to my initial statement, unforeseen consequences. I don't think anyone is trying to do something conniving. But I think that because of the unique situation here, that it's a difficult situation. And I would agree with Commissioner Allison. I don't feel this has been researched enough since the last town meeting. Yet, I don't think it's been publicized enough. I don't think people have become familiar enough with the special circumstances here. But I want to thank you very much for allowing me to present my views. Thank you for all your work you're doing, and thank you for volunteering for the town of Lunenburg.
Thank you. Now, I just want to make sure I understand correctly that in this bylaw, we only say for the purposes of this bylaw, we're not regulating Zone 1.
Correct.
So, water treatment plants, well,
You're saying only for the purpose of Section 250.-4.9. The zoning bylaw, the underlying zoning would still apply.
yeah, that's what, so things like building a water treatment plant or anything else like that would still be,
If the underlying zoning prohibits it, it'd be prohibited. It goes back to what the underlying zoning does.
I do not believe we allow industrial things like that in residential zoned areas.
Actually, you do. The present Lunenburg zoning laws allow water treatment facilities in residential areas. I've researched them.
You said it does allow water treatment? Very good, we could look at
So
that.
the only thing that's preventing it now is your Zone 1 regulation. Your present Zone 1 regulation does not allow building any buildings. So we're asking that you keep your present Zone 1 regulation.
So, I apologize, I will just repeat the gist of the conversation, but I can have a microphone set out, might be easy.
It's really loud.
But it has to be heard on the microphone.
Want me to
for-
stand up? I'll stand up.
It's,
No problem.
I can give you can repeat yourself or give a quick,
I will give it quickly. The present water protection bylaw prohibits building anything in Zone 1. It also has a list of permitted activities in Zone 1. Boating, fishing, recreational activities. It does not allow construction of any kind in Zone 1. That is the water protection bylaw that is on the books at the present time. Lunenburg general zoning rules allow water treatment facilities in residential areas. So if you remove this Zone 1 present water protection bylaw wording, you will then be allowing, because DEP allows, a water treatment facility in Zone 1. This is why I'm going back to this is unforeseen outcomes. I think it needs more research. I think it needs more, as I've just explained to the planning board, the present situation on it. So I think it needs more research. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, I'm going to turn to you for some feedback, please, because we are being told by knowledgeable members of the community that the fact that we have an easement and we have a Zone 1 not owned by the town is wildly rare. It was my understanding that the state has been trying to encourage water districts to basically own Zone 1, but that was not a universal thing. Could you help us understand
The requirement,
the impact?
the requirement is that they have to be able to control. And ownership is obviously the most controlling approach. Easement can achieve that. It depends on how the easement is written. Easements sometimes have a life limitation. They sometimes have a use limitation. And they may have a restriction as to what the holder of the easement can do in terms of regulation. So I don't know, but this
I have
easement-
studied the easement in depth, and I can answer all those questions for you. First of all, the Lunenburg Water District, not the town, has the easement, because it's a separate independent municipality, it's not the town. And the easement that the Lunenburg Water District has only covers a small portion of Zone 1. The rest of Zone 1 is privately owned property by Hickory Hills Landowners Incorporated. This is a private corporation that owns the rest of it. They don't even control part of Zone 1. There is a portion of land that Hickory Hills Landowners owns around the lake, so there's a portion of land about 5 feet deep all around, and Water District does not have an easement for that piece of property, nor do they have an easement for the portion of Zone 1 that extends out into the lake. This is an extremely complex situation. It is an extremely rare situation. The DEP Drinking Water Division agreed to okay this well in 1993, knowing that they had no control over Zone 1. It is an exception even to the DEP regulations and guidelines. That is why I am requesting that you withdraw this warrant article until we have time to investigate all these things, because I'm feeling like some of the things I'm telling you are a surprise to some of you tonight.
Your request to withdraw has been heard.
Thank you.
I am not, I hear it. There's a lot, while the board may or may not make that decision eventually, there is a lot of discussion to happen before we would get to that point.
That's
So,
absolutely understandable.
I just want to be clear.
Just a request.
Your request has been heard. You're welcome to keep saying it, that's fine, that's your prerogative, but I do want to let you know that has been heard.
Thank you.
But I'm not going to act on that until we have much more discussion.
And I would expect nothing less.
Great.
I would expect nothing less, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would, wastewater treatment plant is not a specific listed use, but public utility is. Public utilities are allowed in the underlying zoning by special permit from the, it says this, from the zoning board of appeals.
From the ZBA,
Yes.
not even us?
No.
Okay.
So if I may, I've got some information
Please.
that I got from the Water District. So I did, Ms. Pease and I have gone back and forth with emails, and I had discussions with some of the references made there. It seemed that some of your references were pointing towards a surface water supply regulation rather than a well regulation.
Yes, I realize that.
So they have nothing to do with each other. The Zone 1 for a groundwater well only includes land. It does not include land underwater. So if the lease that the Water District has with the Hickory Hills Landowners Association is just the land within the Zone 1, then that's all they need, because technically, the water in the lake is not being pushed out the well. So that was the discussion we had on that. This is not a unique issue, and it is not unique to Lunenburg. In fact, there is a Zone 1 on one of the wells that's on the reservoir property that does go over the boundary onto private property. They have an easement on that spot as well. It is not unusual at all. They are required to own or control, and as has been mentioned, having an easement over that area is control, as far as DEP is concerned. This well, I think, predated 93. I think.
It was, the well itself, 1993. They do not have an easement over any of the land and/or water for Zone 1. And there are water restrictions for Zone 1. And they don't have, their easement is only on the Woodlands land. It is not on Hickory Hills landowners' land. So there is land within Zone 1 that they have no easement over, because their easement is only with the Woodlands Village condominium complex, not with Hickory Hills landowners.
So
This
to-
is something that the lawyers have been going back and forth with on that, for that, I know.
So to further clarify the discussion I had with the superintendent of the water district, he is not concerned whatsoever about the legality or the validity or the enforceability of what he says that he has for paperwork over the Zone 1 at the Hickory Hills well. He's not concerned at all about this passing. He's not concerned. He's got what he needs to do to supply the 12,000 residents or whoever gets water with water, be it from that well or be it from other wells in town. I think there's 5 wells on the reservoir property. We have the Keatings well, we have the Hickory Hills well. There are,
Several wells in Lancaster, one at Keatings and one at Hickory
yeah,
Hills.
so there's,
But the Hickory Hills well has not been pumped for a long time, a long, long time, over a decade.
so in that regard, and I don't want to discredit or I don't want to put any of your information down at all, but what I gain from the person who's in charge of supplying water to the town is that they have all the documentation that they need to continue doing what they're doing, and that also, so because it's a ground well, it's groundwater, it's not lake water. Again, the lake water is not at all included in the protection, I guess.
Well,
so
but
to
the
speak.
activities in the Zone 1 are, I believe, protected.
I would like to give Mr.
Oh,
Allison a
I'm
chance to
sorry,
finish,
I
please.
apologize. I
No, I'm
apologize.
done. Thank you.
I apologize. Matt, I apologize.
That's all right. No, that's it. I basically, we're told, I was told, and me being a member of the board, I say we, by the superintendent of the water district, that everything is on the up and up, all the permits are good, and all the enforcement is able to be taken. So,
And I don't disagree with any of that. I think that's all accurate. I'm representing a different group and a different perspective. I'm representing the people who count on the Water Protection Act to guarantee them the rights and the protections that they have in this area that is densely populated and used for recreation. I agree the Water District has everything they need to do what they want. And up until this point, the residents have had the protection of the planning board's water protection bylaws to protect the residents. So I'm not saying that the superintendent doesn't have everything he needs. I believe he does. That's not an issue here. I'm saying that the residents have been counting on the planning board to represent the perspective of the residents and to guarantee the rights to them that were in place when the easement was granted. And I believe this is why, when you attempt to change it, you have continual voting down of any warrant article to change it.
So I would frankly disagree with that assessment. I was at town meeting when I believe when it was the Water District put forward map update plus some changes. And some of to my recollection, many of the concerns that were brought up were about the town over-regulating some of these areas. And that's where some of the look back went and realized that we have never, while on paper the town has had, well, jurisdiction's a more technical word. While Zone 1 was included in the town's bylaws, the town has never acted on that and has always relied on the DEP. And while we could be more stringent than the DEP, overall, my understanding was resident feedback was that they did not want the town being more stringent. And that was one of the reasons for removing, was also because DEP's rules change much more often than our bylaws do. don't have the map in front of me, so I am working from my mind. I'm struggling to think of where a water treatment facility could actually fit on the land that is within Zone 1.
They've come up with a master plan which has a proposal for it to fit in Zone 1.
Who is they?
The Lunenburg Water District and their engineering company, Ty and Bond. It was presented to the public at a public meeting on March 18th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It is available on YouTube. Anybody can watch it. And
As in March 18th, as in a week ago?
yes, correct.
Okay. I did not see that water district meeting. I would be interested to tune in and learn some more then and see what they were doing. I'm curious about how some of that would work, but I'm not questioning if the water district says they can do something, they can probably do it. But this also sounds, so I just want to put this in my notes before I lose the thought of that meeting. Thank you, because I do want to follow up on that, but I need to make sure I have it, otherwise I won't. I'm curious about how those easements work, that they can build on land that isn't theirs, but that's separate.
I can forward you a copy of the easement when I get home if you'd like.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, you're never going to hear me say no to information. If you got it, send it, because we either look at it and go, that's interesting, or we look at it and go, something's weird here and we have to dive in. No, please,
I
by
will.
all means.
And you will forward it to the rest of the...
Yes, happily.
I'll happily do that.
Let me correct one thing I said. A small wastewater treatment plant that is under 15,000 gallons per day is permitted in all zoning districts by right. But that's under 15,000 gallons per day.
And that's not a water treatment, that's a wastewater.
That's a wastewater treatment plant.
Okay,
And wastewater treatments are what most people get concerned about.
yeah. But again, I want to stress, this was put forward as a way to try to take the feedback that have come from residents over the years
Oh,
and really do a job of hearing that, protecting our water, as well as updating based on the fact that our current guidelines don't account for life now. They don't account for the notable advances in engineering that have occurred. They don't occur, there's a lot that they don't address, and so we have the ability to be less stringent on paper, while actually, I'm sure the lawyers would use the term at least as safe. But the goal was looking at it, saying, look, these lower numbers should still give better protection. I don't think that's a technical term and something I want to say, definitely better, but boy howdy was the thought going, you can do more with a lot less now.
And I want to be clear that I don't question the intentions of any member sitting on the stage tonight. I've said this before, you're hardworking, you're volunteers, and you are most appreciated. I go back to my unforeseen consequences statement at the beginning. I think you all have the best of intentions. I think you all donate your time in honorable ways, and I'm just saying there are some people who don't feel heard. That's all, not because you've done anything wrong, just because there's misunderstanding or one group got hurt over another, and there are people. I don't think it would be good to have it go up for a vote and be voted down again. I don't think that's in the planning board's best interest as well as the community's best interest.
So I would love it if you send to me and I'll send out to the board, any information you have about the easement. We'll do some more background check here, because it sounds to me like there may be, and I don't know for sure if there is or isn't, there may be some miscommunications or misunderstandings about which bylaws apply to what, and understanding those concerns, we can really drill down and try to call out specifically what does and doesn't apply. We can make sure that easement is well addressed. I appreciate you bringing it to us now. I would love to hear this info anytime and as soon as possible so we can.
We did try and come, but the meeting was canceled. We were all here.
Oh, the last one.
2 weeks ago. We were all here for public comment, and then we didn't have a meeting, so.
That was a background Zoom issue. We're very sorry about that.
Not a problem.
That
It's not
was-
your fault at all.
Yep.
But thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've heard from one member of the public, and I get a lot of nods, and I think that might be the implication there's one speaking for several. I don't want to assume that, though. So if there's other members of the public who do wish to speak, if you're not speaking, look, your physical presence is a message as well, and we appreciate that. But if you are words you want to share as well, you're welcome to come up. Please.
And while you're coming up, I will mention that it is almost 7 o'clock for the caucus, just FYI.
Hello, my name is Barbara Turkington. I live at 110 Royal Fern Drive in Lunenburg. I'd like to just add some things to what Joan Miss Pease has mentioned. I'd like to express some concerns about changing Zone 1 regulations that were adopted in 1987, those bylaws. For the past 37 years, the existing water protection bylaws that were passed in 1987 have permitted many activities that Zone 1 private property owners count on. The activities which have been expressly permitted by those bylaws include several things that are most concerning. One is the maintenance of existing water bodies. The bylaws permit maintaining the water bodies, such as Hickory Hills Lake, which is a privately owned entity and maintained by Hickory Hills Landowners Incorporated. Also permitted is outdoor recreation, boating and fishing, which is afforded to the Hickory Hills Lake landowners. In addition, the conservation of soil, water plants, and wildlife is permitted. There are wetlands in Zone 1, and these are regulated by the Lunenburg Conservation Commission. These are three of the most important items to myself, and these are activities that are permitted in the 1987 bylaws. My concern is that by removing those bylaws, these things that we are now being permitted may be lost. The owners of the Zone 1 property are the Hickory Hills landowners, the owners are 47 condominium owners and 344 private residents who are shareholders of Hickory Hills Lake. The property owners count on the Planning and Zoning Board to uphold the protections to them that were listed in the bylaws adopted in 1987. So I'm requesting no changes to the Zone 1 bylaws and allowing us to keep those protections.
I would like to speak to, hopefully put your mind at ease. I would look to be technically corrected if I'm wrong, or corrected by members of the board. But I recall this being a discussion about removing Zone 1. So the things that the bylaw says you may do, whether or not the bylaw says it, because they're normal activities. If at any point, so us removing the bylaw does not change your protections, especially because DEP, to my understanding, I would have to verify this to be sure, but it, working from memory, does allow the same activities. Now, no matter what our bylaw says, because Zone 1 is also controlled by really controlled by DEP, if at any point DEP said you can't do this here, the more restrictive applies. We can't just overrule DEP. I'm happy to look into this to make sure that's correct. But to our understanding, we were basically, apologies. Thank you. The protections you have you continue to have, because they are not there. If there's a legal argument otherwise, that this could disappear, I think we would absolutely consider that, because the goal here was not to limit your protections. It was with the understanding that the protections were redundant. I'm happy to verify that as well, to be sure. Mr. Harris, do you have input on that otherwise, broadly or specifically?
Generally, for instance, conservation areas are allowed by right in all districts, underlying zoning. Issue of recreational, I would agree that if it's accessory to your use, is commonly treated as permitted. If there's questions about that, that's something the building commissioner could opine on and give his opinion. But generally, the type of uses that are currently permitted and would no longer be regulated, those are the type of uses that just typically run with the property. Now, if you're talking about creating a golf course, well, that's a different use than swimming, boating, what have you. You got body of water there, unless there's a DEP or other regulation, Board of Health regulation, or select board regulation that says no boating is allowed. That's something you can do if you own the property. So I don't see how taking the permitted uses out and saying we're not regulating it would change your ability to do those activities.
I would hope not. However, when I see it in writing, I feel a lot better knowing that, in fact, my town board, who is perhaps more concerned about the town resident than perhaps the DEP may be, I much prefer have the town planning board be supportive of our interests, and therefore I hate to see it removed, because then I don't know what I can count on.
And it also gets back to the purpose of Water Supply Protection District. The Water Supply Protection District is just that protection. It tends to be a more, I don't want to say negative, but it is in fact more negative. Rarely would you see that or interpret a Water Supply Protection District as allowing uses that are not allowed in underlying zoning. Generally, it's restrictive of those. So when it says conservation is actually restricting what's already allowed and saying you can do this, but you can't do this recreation. So I think, viewing it that way, I think it's better to understand that it is a more restrictive type. You've got a big circle of uses, and Water Supply Protection District restricts that into some subsets of uses.
I understand. I would feel much more confident if the zoning, Zone 1 was left as is, because I know what we have now. But thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
I can answer one of your questions, comments that came up just now. When the well was granted, the DEP acknowledged that the Lunenburg Water District did not have control over Zone 1 and 2 because they don't own it. Normally, DEP can control it, but they don't own all of it. They own a portion. And so there is an actual document, I think I have it paper copy, I'll try and scan it in and also send it to you, and it says that they grant permission for this well based on the existing regulations that are written in the water protection bylaw at the time. So those are the protections we're asking to maintain, and I will find that document and also try and scan it in. I think I have a hard copy of that I got offline at the time. So that those were the regulations that were contingent upon, they acknowledged that the Water District does not have control over Zone 1 and 2 in its entirety, and they said that the Lunenburg Water Protection bylaws that were in place at the time were good to go for the well.
So, thank you very much. I do appreciate, and please send any of that along. Because
boxes.
boxes and boxes. So, because what's being detailed here appears, so I'm going to choose my words carefully. I'm trying to wordsmith to be as accurate as possible, not to play games. For the love of God, if you think I'm playing games, let me know, because that's not what I'm trying to do with you. But when someone starts wordsmithing, I hate that. So what I'm hearing is Ms. Pease report back that in her research, there may be some significant discrepancies from the norm with how this is listed and handled. I am hearing from Mr. Allison that in his discussions with the Water District, they may not feel the same way. And I'm choosing that may carefully because maybe they do agree with everything Ms. Pease has said, but it doesn't really matter for their purposes. So there's some research to do there. What I'd like us to do is have as much info as possible, and I don't mean to put pressure on you, but as soon as possible, because that would allow us to do some reading, possibly, if needed, let me get in for office hours with town council, and dive in a little bit more with some of the nitty-gritty, as well as looking at some of these. Mr. Allison has some background knowledge as well on some of the different laws and how they play together. Look at that holistically and make sure that every angle is being addressed appropriately, because Zone 1 was removed with the understanding that everything was still protected by DEP and controlled by DEP. If that is not the case, then in my opinion, I can't speak for the rest of the board, in my opinion, that would probably be something we should look at, because the goal was not to actually remove protections, but acknowledge that the town really didn't have protections, like that what we were doing was redundant and irrelevant, and possibly getting in the way of residents. So any info you have would be super valuable, and that will let us look at it and really kind of chew that over and align everything. I've spoken a lot of the board's been quiet. I apologize for that. If you have things you want to share, I encourage you, and as always, I encourage you to interrupt me because I can talk forever. But if you don't, that's okay too.
Yeah, I don't have anything to contribute at this point.
Yeah, same.
I would just like to repeat that my understanding was that since this is a groundwater well, that the Zone 1 that is regulated by whoever wants to regulate it, at this point, I don't really care, is only upland area, which is not land underwater, which is not the lake. So my understanding is that if Zone 1 said you can't fish, you can't, my understanding is they would not say that Zone 1 you can't fish, because the Zone 1 that's regulated by a groundwater well is not lake water. So I hope that agrees with your understanding, and puts some of your concerns aside, but other than that, I don't know what else I can say to assuage your concerns.
So again, please, for everyone, if you have relevant info, please send it along. Anything you send to me, I'll get right out to the rest of the board and to Mr. Harris as our expert. And we can try to really make sure, because if there is a problem, we absolutely need to know about that. If there is a misunderstanding, hopefully we can help correct that and figure out where it's going on. Would anyone else like to speak on this tonight? Please, sir.
Andy Starvasky, 8 Wintergreen Court, Lunenburg. As others have said, thank you for what you do, volunteering your time doing this. It's appreciated. I had a point, Mr. Brenner, about I'm trying to understand this situation because I want the protections that are in my neighborhood. and you said they're redundant, but more restrictive. If they're restrictive, then they're not just redundant. There seems to be, so I want to know, if we remove the current town protections, what are those differences? Because as other people have said, that easement was granted based on those protections, and now you want to remove them. We're counting on you to protect the citizens. And that was my question, my point, and thank you.
To answer some of it, I cannot tell, I certainly am not able to tell you what it was in 1987, what DEP requirements were versus town requirements for Zone 1 in 1987. I don't know DEP's requirements then. Our Zone 1, as currently worded, is not more restrictive than, again, I can go back and double check things. Because I hate to say, I would say our current restrictions are not more restrictive than, and I'm getting a head shake telling me that there is apparently a big difference.
You do not allow construction in Zone 1.
Ms. Pease says we do not allow construction in Zone 1. If that all lines up and is the case, then that, again, because I don't have it in front of me, I'm not trying to doubt, I'm not trying to be rude, just, again, covering my bases with language. Then that is something, if it poses a concern, we could certainly look at. But some of this is also going to depend on the easement language and everything else. So that's where some of that info, where the concern comes from, could be very helpful. So please send that along. We can look at it, because some of this may also be moot, because there could be things with the easement that make it irrelevant. That if the easement doesn't allow construction, it doesn't matter. But this is all things we can see from the wording of the easement and some more research. So I very much appreciate that concern being brought forward. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak?
Good evening. For the record, Bill Hannigan with Hannigan Engineering. And we're here, I'm here with some various clients that I have throughout the town relative to the different zones. And I think that part of it is, to Ms. Pease's point, the unforeseen circumstances that some of my clients are running into relative to more so Zone 2 and 3 than Zone 1. One of the larger clients that we work with is the Keating family, and the land that is now much of the land along Leominster Shirley Road, which we've been in front of this board for part of that development, is within Zone 2, Zone 3. And we don't have any objection to anything that the residents of Hickory Hills want to do with Zone 1, where we get what they're coming from, and we understand that aspect of it, and we have no objection to basically keeping Zone 1 the way it is, if that's what the board chooses. However, in Zone 2 and Zone 3, there are some significant hindrances to us being able to develop the land. And it's not just the Keating family; it's other parcels within the town. So going back to where this all started was we were working on different parcels in town. We started getting involved. We heard about the water district's attempt at changing the bylaws, and then we started looking into the bylaws, and that's when we started talking to Adam about the bylaws and how it restricts not only, projects that we're working on, around the Keating facility, but also in other areas of the town. And what was suggested to us at the time by one of our groundwater geohydrologists was to get the DEP model bylaw for Zone 1s and 2s and 3s I guess Zone 1 and 2 of public water supplies from DEP. So we took a look at that, and I believe that that's the model that's been used as the basis for formulating the new bylaw. So that's kind of where I think that came from. So getting back to unforeseen circumstances, when the water district took by eminent domain the well site that the Keating Land Trust had, the Keating family said, we understand this is something that the town needs. We understand that the well is a great well for future purposes. And the unforeseen circumstance was when we started getting into the discussion of these different restrictions within Zone 2 and 3 that basically render the land, I won't say undevelopable, but very difficult to develop. So we supported, we came here tonight, we weren't even going to speak, quite frankly. We just kind of came to observe. And so, but in getting into this, I feel that it's inherent not only to talk about, for example, the issues that the lake residents are having relative to their concerns immediately around the well, but also the unforeseen circumstances of the Keating family working with the water district on giving them the land for the well that they currently have on Leominster Shirley Road, and inadvertently basically making their land undevelopable because of the regulations that were in place. So there's an effect that was unintended when that whole transaction took place, and we looked at this change in the bylaw as being favorable to allow us to move forward while providing the protections that would be typically applied to DEP standards. And I think that the language you were looking for earlier, where they were environmentally equivalent to what was out there now. So we're just here we're observing. We're hoping that this can move forward. And it may be that the board decides to just reinsert the Zone 1 language that's currently in the document, just to protect those lake owners around there, along with some other review relative to the easements. And I'm very unfamiliar with what they're dealing with, but it sounds to me like there could be a compromise between now and town meeting to get this taken care of. So that's all I'm here to say, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Unless you have questions for me. No?
Thank you. Oh, I do have a question. Did you hear me misspeak on anything that I was talking about with the groundwater supply versus the lake supply?
So
your understanding?
I'd have to do a little digging on that, but some people are asking what's the question of what is Zone 1, what is Zone 2, what is Zone 3. Zone 1 is a defined distance around any well. It's a point on a map. It's 400 feet around it, and that's based upon the withdrawal weight. The withdrawal weight rate of the well. Okay, so the 400 foot is typically, that's the max, and that's what they do for municipal wells like this would be. If you have a public water supply system that feeds 10 or 15,000 gallons, there's a formula within the regulation that draws that well down to 200 or 250 feet. So that's the Zone 1. The Zone 2 is done with a geohydrologic study, and that basically is the underground water that feeds the well itself. Okay, so that's the water coming from the aquifer that actually feeds the well. And the Zone 3 is the watershed that feeds into the land that is the Zone 2. So those are the three elements that we're talking about. It's a very interesting question. I've never run into a situation that I can think of where a public water supply well stretched over water. But it kind of makes sense, because what they're talking about with respect to the Zone 1 is land activities. So if you're not on land activities and you're doing something in the water, I mean, unless you're dredging in the water, then that might be a different thing. But I'd have to check to see whether there was anything that was out there relative to that. But I think that makes sense logically. Whether regulatory makes sense is a different question.
Yeah, right.
But I understood what you were saying there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad we got that ditty from an engineer.
Yeah.
with stamp.
We have no objection to the Zone 2 and 3 modifications you are proposing.
Great.
Our exception is to the removal of Zone 1, and in particular, on page 6, you all have it, I think, in front of you. It is in section G, prohibited uses. The next page, under M, and then number 1. We would like that removed because that allows construction in Zone 1. So I'm on page 6, I'm in section G, letter M, number 1 and 2. Those give permission for a water treatment facility. It says, treatment works approved by DEP, designed for the treatment of contaminated ground or surface water and operating in compliance with CMR 314 CMR 5.05, parentheses 3. Did you find it?
I do see what you're referring to.
So I would like
Matt, I can
that,
show you
because
the
that
picture.
gives permission in Zone 1 for a treatment plant, we would like that removed, and we would like the Zone 1 regulations kept. Right now, your present Zone 1 regulations stipulate special permit. You haven't required a special permit in decades. Maybe you could remove the word special permit for boating and leave the Zone 1 regulations in there, but take the special permit out. They're quite innocuous things, and remove that 1 and 2 M section in G. But we have no objections to the previous speaker's concerns for Zone 2 and 3.
Thank you. And I appreciate the very clear clarification of where the concern lies and that it is not broader, because that helps focus discussion and research as well. Okay, I'm going to, unless there's anyone else from the public, I don't want to cut anyone short. All right, thank you. I do want to turn to the rest of the, and I know some of you are looking to get to caucus. If you want to leave, it's not insulting, get up, leave, you got other things to do, that's fine. We're going to discuss, this is going to be at another meeting, so there will be opportunities for your voice to be heard.
It'll probably be over already by the time you get there. I'm sorry.
Mr. We don't need to close this public hearing tonight,
You
correct?
can vote to continue the hearing.
Yeah, I would not want to close the public hearing tonight. I will say that. Again, I'm not going to speak for other board members.
Nor would I.
Great, there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you. The question was if we were planning on closing the public hearing tonight, and then there were several audience members who are leaving saying thank you. Again, just for those of you watching at home, I know you can't hear everything going on. So board. A lot of interesting information there. I have, with no unkindness meant to those who have presented, I have absolutely no idea off the top of my head if their interpretation of the easement is correct or not. And I say that not to doubt them, but because this kind of stuff is hard and finicky, and you can have a whole bunch of papers in front of you that say one thing, and also be aware that, oh, but there's this other bylaw that says this thing that then impacts or something. I find it interesting because one of the reasons we got out of Zone 1 was a lot of the feedback was, why is the town, previous feedback was, why is the town trying to tell us what to do in Zone 1? Now we're being told maybe you could tell us what to do in Zone 1. I mean, different groups will also have different feelings, and that's fair too. So I'm not trying to downplay anything. I'm just trying to give scope and think out loud. I find it interesting. This comes up right after the water department meeting saying they're planning on building something there, I guess, which I was unaware of as well.
Which is after they had a meeting where it passed, where they could possibly eventually use the well that is on Hickory Hills. So if the concern with this, in my opinion, is coming from that approval, that now they want to make sure that their Zone 1, which is where the well is, will not be buildable per this bylaw. Other than, I think Mr. Harris said, a waste removal, 15,000 gallons.
You know, if it's an easement, there's no reason it wouldn't be recorded at the registry of deeds, right?
Oh, it should be recorded.
It should be recorded, so I might be able to find it. So go ahead and continue.
Local deeds have been, I've learned so much about local deeds just from a friend and I diving in recently. It's fascinating.
In my opinion, it depends on the attorney involved.
Yeah. So, all right.
But I will speak, they said, my understanding was that the Zone 1 for a groundwater well is only for ground, not for lake.
Right.
Correct.
But our current water supply protection district, and we have no water body supply protections we have no water body supply in Lunenburg. So our water supply protection district currently does say that you need a special permit for conservation of soil, water, plants, wildlife, outdoor recreation, including boating and fishing. So it makes me wonder if the people who wrote this bylaw even knew what DEP said, or if DEP said something different when this bylaw was written. And if that's the case, then we have no say whatsoever over it, because DEP controls, just because they say so.
So I have a question about that. If it's requiring special permit for an individual resident to boating, we'll say, for example, boating, you need a special permit with the town or maybe with DEP, depending on how that translates. So my family owns a house on Wyman Pond. If you want to use a boat, you have to have a license to use the boat. Is that the same? Because we don't have to permit on Wyman Pond to use the pond, but it's also, I don't think it's private.
Lyman's private.
Is it private?
Oh, yeah. There used
Yeah.
to be a cow farm. There's an easement all the way around it for cows.
There's a boat down in the bottom and an airplane down in the bottom too. It used to be a
I'm
valley, sorry.
Well, you know what they say about airplanes at the bottom of lakes.
Not really.
I don't. I was hoping you
I
did.
don't know what they say.
Mr. Harris.
Very honestly, makes absolutely no sense to require a special permit for conservation of soil, water, plants, and wildlife.
Yeah, no.
Nature study, boating, and, no.
You've read our
Fishing.
bylaws, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You've read our bylaws, right?
I'm reading right here.
It's not unusual that they don't make sense.
It makes no
Very
sense.
unfortunate.
It would have made more sense for it to just say use is permissible and period. And farming is more than 5 acres or more than 2 acres generating $1,000 gross income per acre per year is exempt from zoning anyway. So.
Well,
So you see some of the reasons that this in some ways needs to be redone, because there's things in it that don't make sense. There are things in it that from discussions with Adam previously, to his knowledge, I was saying to my knowledge, but I don't have a ton, that was me talking to Adam previously, Mr. Bernie, that were never enforced. That we've never said, oh, you need a special permit to go boating on Hickory Hills. Or whatever that would look like to go boating in this section of Hickory Hills. That's all. If it doesn't even apply on the water, that gets interesting, because how do you better not row your boat on land, sir, without that land being under special permit approval to row a boat on the land. This is getting weirder by the minute.
I don't know how you would have a special permit for conservation of plants.
Yeah. So, to my way of thinking, it's very much worth seeing what these easements are, if they play the way that's been implied. Find out what because if the water district is saying they can build something, I'm guessing they're not thinking they can build it based on the upcoming bylaw, because that's a big thing to count on randomly. So they must think they can already build on it.
I understood him to say that he thought that was the case.
And if that is the case, like, these are all things we need to, that kind of need to be figured out a little bit. It may be very quick, it may not be.
I wonder if they're interpreting that the treatment plant would be accessory to their well, therefore it's accessory use.
No idea.
But in regards to the comments made tonight, if the board wanted to, we could do a revision to this to reinsert the Zone 1 protection, except for delete the requirement for special permit for these things that don't require special permits.
All right, so now is when I make my plug for not removing all the protections in Zone 3. As we have seen in the past few years, our stormwater protection bylaws is useless, in effect. I mean, the numbers that the engineer comes up with supposedly all match and make sense, and everybody says it's good, but when you look at the project when it's done, it doesn't look anything like you would expect. You've got gushing water, you've got rivulets, you've got your erosion, you've got ponding, and this is not just a few specific sites. This is almost every site that we do this on in Lunenburg. Now, as the engineer mentioned, the Zone 3 is the watershed. Every drop of water that lands in Lunenburg that's within Zone 3 will eventually find its way, if it runs along the surface of the ground, into the aquifer. And even if it doesn't find it run along the surface, it will get into the aquifer that way. That's the delineation of it. So if we are continuing to permit new construction, which we need to, that needs these stormwater permits that don't effectively control the stormwater runoff, then we are going to be getting more increasing volumes and flows, and the more it happens, the more it's going to be carrying with it oils, greases, detergents, and it's all ending up in our public water supply. Now, to eliminate the protections in Zone 3, I think the Zone 3 is more than twice of the Zone 1 and 2.
Now, I don't believe this bylaw removes the protections in Zone 3.
The draft?
I know that some of the protection, that in Zone 3, the protections that are there are by site plan approval rather than by special permit.
I'm sorry, I may have misspoken. I thought that the Zone 3 protections were removed.
On the document, when it talks about prohibited uses, it only talks about Zone 2.
Right.
There are some differences. I don't remember them all off the top of my head. I'll be the first to say that.
So what I was going for is Section G, number 1. It's following land uses and activities are prohibited in Zone 2 unless designed in accordance. But going through, I didn't find any mention of Zone 3.
Yeah, I mean, the existing prohibits storage of road salt, chemical and bacterial, geological laboratories, industrial uses which discharge processed water, etc., storage of petroleum, any other use involving the manufacture, use, storage, transportation, disposal of toxic or hazardous materials. Those is the existing, it's not in the proposed.
Okay.
So right now, you cannot do those in Zone 3.
Right.
And the proposed would allow it.
Correct.
Okay.
With special permit. Is that wrong for J1?
Site plan review.
Site plan
approval.
review. Yeah, special permit in zone, okay.
And
Site
let's
plan approval.
understand the difference between special permit and site plan approval. Special permit discretionary approval by the board. Site plan approval is non-discretionary.
Okay.
It's a much lower standard for approval. For instance, special permit requires 4 out of 5, site plan approval 3 out of 5.
Okay.
And the threshold for the criteria is lower than a special permit.
Okay, got it.
If they meet the criteria, you have to approve it, the special permit. You don't.
Okay.
You can find even state reasons for denying.
Special permits are somewhat subjective, while site plan review is objective.
Objective, right.
I just want to make sure that wording was correct, and I wasn't. So, besides subjective versus objective approval for some things, it sounds like, of course I close it on myself, that's helpful. There are certain activities that are allowed in Zone 3. Do I understand that correctly? Like, prohibited uses, so landfills arbitrarily. So currently, landfills are prohibited in Zone 2 and Zone 3, and in the proposed, you would, for example, be able to make a landfill in Zone 3. Do I understand that correctly?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, now, there's other reasons you might not be able to do, because things like landfills, I mean, I'm looking at these, most of these are also, I think maybe all of them, landfills and dumps, automobile graveyards and junkyards, those are all special permit. So they're still subject to special permit with it, like, to get it approved in Zone 3 would still give a tremendous amount of, gives us the ability to look at it and say, hey, this is not enough environmental protection. And make sure the things are up to snuff, because it requires a special permit otherwise. Yeah, facilities that generate, treat, and just do hazardous waste are also special permit. Bulk, okay, yeah, okay, so, yeah. Everything, the only one I wouldn't be sure of is storage of liquid hazardous materials, but I think might still be. I believe those all require a special permit anyway under zoning. So we still have it means, yes, by this bylaw, it can be there. But as part of a special permit process, we could look at it and actually make sure it is safe where it is, however we would define that for that given thing. And it looks like we have a friendly member of the public who wishes to share thoughts.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I believe you're going over Section G, prohibited uses. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So those uses are in fact just plain prohibited.
In
Okay?
Zone 2.
In Zone 2. Okay? So I think the question you're asking is whether that would be allowed in Zone 3? And is that spelled out that would be allowed by special permit? in
Well,
Zone 3?
so,
If the underlying zoning allows it, it'd be allowed by special permit or site plan approval.
yeah, so they are not banned within, they are not disallowed within Zone 3 by this bylaw. However, our zoning uses do require, I'd have to go back and look at it with a fine-tooth comb.
So
but
if they're in Zone 3, though, they would still need site plan review.
There was still, well, so let me, these particular, the prohibited uses in G1, A, B, C, et cetera, landfills and open dumps, independent of water supply. If you're going to do that in town, that's a special permit.
Right.
Automobile graveyards and junkyards are a special permit. Hazardous waste facilities are a special permit.
Got it.
So they don't require a special permit per this bylaw.
But they require it by another bylaw.
Yes.
Got it.
That these are all things that we have to look at holistically, because not every place that you could have an automobile graveyard is a good place to have an automobile graveyard, or what have you. And that still retains the ability to make sure it's protected appropriately for whatever that use is in the watershed, as opposed to directly over the aquifer, in the direct recharge area.
Thank you.
I would not be confident those even allowed in underlying zoning.
Yeah,
Because, for instance, automobile graveyard is not specified in the underlying zoning that I
Okay.
can find. And therefore, the building commission could very well rule that is not specified, therefore it's prohibited.
I didn't know if that, not knowing stuff on my end, I didn't know if that just kind of fell under landfills, or if I don't know those technicalities, what's a what. So, no. I hear your concern, Mr. Allison, for sure. I think the special permit and lack of areas you can do these anyway are pretty dang good protections, because during a special permit, the planning board can verify. I am open, if we think there's another way to maintain the protections, I'm open to it. I'm not convinced we need a full ban myself, because many of these seem treatable, or like addressable otherwise, but
Well, on the one hand, there's no special permit required for storage in your garage. I mean, somebody wants to store something in their garage, they're not gonna come to the planning board and say, hey, I wanna store this in the garage, and I wanna ask for a special permit.
and that's explicitly allowed in here, actually, storing in the garage.
Which is fine, but I'm looking here, the header, petroleum, storage,
Yeah.
earth removal.
So on those, so I was part of this conversation that led to wording changes, so I happen to be confident on this one. Things like petroleum, salt removal, I don't remember if it's right there, or they talk about, like, effectively, there's different language in different areas that boils down to, except for what you use for household use, or if it's held in a building. So a lot of it is, you're already fine if you're in a house, or you should keep it in your garage or shed, not out loose on the driveway. Which, I mean, again, I don't know, we don't have people driving around going, is that an oil can on your side yard? But that was thoughtfully addressed, at least as much as you can for that kind of thing. Because I was the one, I looked at it and went, wait a minute, I don't know them in one of the districts, but I keep salt, like, because I have a walkway that tries to murder me in the winter, and I'd rather it didn't.
No, I think this is like if the honey farms there on Leominster Shirley Road was in the Zone 2, and they were trying to sell bags of de-icing, and they had a whole couple pallets worth of de-icing bags right there on the sidewalk next to the building. That would not, by, I think, even the proposed bylaw, be okay.
Yeah. And it's not okay currently, either. That has not changed.
But if it was in Zone 3, I think currently it would not be okay.
Another example would be if your highway department has a piece of property they're storing de-icing material on, because they want it closer to the roadways out that area, it would need to be within a fine building.
Mm-hmm.
Because actually, snow plowing, de-icing of roadways is one of the biggest issues they have with water supply protection districts, because it goes right into the...
Happen to know we do have our salt storage in a shed. I mean, shed being an understatement, but came up that was one of the things at capital planning, was keeping that building up. Other thoughts, questions on this bylaw tonight? We can come back to it, because it's all one big public hearing. Because there's also the solar battery, too. And I'm getting the impression we may be at the point we have to digest and come back to this. So continuing this public hearing with a wild amount of public, for those who are here for other topics, I am sorry. Oh, please.
Just in the interest of, for the record again, Bill Hannigan, Hannigan Engineering, just in the interest of going through Mr. Allison's concerns, and just so that I can come to the next meeting and be more prepared, which of the items are you concerned that these items that are prohibited in Zone 2 are then allowed by right in Zone 3? Is that what your concern is?
No, my concern was that we're pretty clear that we protect Zone 3 in this one, and this one we're kind of ambiguous about it. It's my take on it, and, you know.
That the existing bylaw is clear about protecting Zone 3, and the proposed bylaw is ambiguous because it doesn't state.
There are banned uses in Zone 3 in the existing that are not banned in the proposed.
Under the current zone, yeah.
They may or may not be allowed due to other bylaws, whether or not you can even have an automobile graveyard, for example, or where you're actually allowed to put a landfill anyway, and if special permitting would approve it. But we're not explicitly saying you cannot have a landfill, for example, in Zone 3.
So some of the things that we run into relative to some of these items within this prohibited section, which would no longer be prohibited within Zone 3, are specific to, bulk storage, bulk storage of oil and stuff like that. Part of it is the definition. And that I believe is more of like the larger refining tanks that you see in Everett, and I guess technically there's one or two over in Leominster. I think Fraticelli Oil has a large bulk storage area. And then some of the other items were it was the exception that we were looking at. So for example, so if you have liquid hazardous materials, liquid petroleum products, such storage above ground level on an impervious surface, either contained in above ground tanks within a building, outdoors covered in a covered container, or above ground tanks in the containment system designed to hold 10% of the possible storage or 110% of the large container. So those items there in Zone 2 or 3, that's the typical protection mechanism that you put in place to allow those things to be controlled, okay, so that you don't run into a problem with the water supply protection aspect of any project. But for example, the de-icing storage of de-icing chemicals, with the exception of small quantities stored in containers ready for application. That phrase is not in the DEP version, but it's in this one because of the fact that it makes sense.
Yeah, and that's where we included that, because we realized that in the DEP wording, you couldn't have a bucket of salt that you took the lid off of and used, on your walkway or driveway.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, I guess there's a lot of things that, I think personally, I think that the regulations that were written that are in place right now, they do provide a lot of protection in Zone 3, but I think a lot of that protection may be unwarranted for the protection of public water supplies, because of the fact that, like we talked about earlier, with the lake water is really not the water you're getting when you're drinking. Zone 3 is really surface water, and it doesn't become groundwater until it goes through significant infiltration into the ground and therefore filtration before it gets to the aquifer source that you're then dealing with, and then from the aquifer source, then you get to the well. So there's a long time frame, if you will, between when the rainwater hits the ground and it actually comes out of the wellhead. And there's significant things that change to it over time. So I think that's why the Zone 3 is not as protected as Zone 2, which is not as protected as Zone 1. If that makes sense. I think that makes sense.
It does make sense, but I mean, I don't know if you were in the room or not when I gave my ditty about it. The TR55 numbers just increased by 50%, right? The rainfall data?
Yeah, which is why we're not using them anymore.
Right, no, I mean, the new numbers are
Right.
like 50% higher than the old numbers.
Right. That's what
Almost everything that we have now is either designed by the old numbers or not designed at all for stormwater, right?
no,
And-
well, we've been designing with the new numbers for quite some time now.
A couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, moving forward, and I understand, I mean, I've done HydroCAD, I've done the drainage layouts and all that. What we're seeing here consistently and almost every time is that when the engineering calculation numbers came back from pre and post, and I don't know why, but they're always showing a decrease, and then after construction and a year later, there's an increase. Almost every single stormwater project we've done, almost every single one.
Well, I think we're kind of delving into a different area, but I understand your point, but there's also a difference between the type of storm that is modeled, and we're given the modeling criteria via the federal government. So that's where we start with our modeling. And then you get a storm like 11 inches of rain in 4.5 hours like we had back in September. And, I got flooded at my house and at my office. So that's not a normal storm event. Okay, and even the stormfall events, or rainfall events that you get 3 inches in 2.5 hours, that's not the model event that we're being requested to model. There is a move towards using the intensity data that they used to use with the rational method, but melding it with the SCSTR 5520 model. That hasn't been perfected yet because of the fact that they're now trying to accommodate some of the intensity storms versus the typical type 3 rainstorm. And even if it is with the upper numbers of, because the 100-year storm now is like 8.4 where it was at 6.7 inches in a 24-hour period. But that typically won't account for a 3 inches in a 45-minute storm event. When we do our projects, we try to design all the piping for the 100-year storm event because it's a way of mitigating those larger storm events as they happen. And I think that the bigger projects around here that we just did, we went down Leominster Shirley Road, we haven't had any problems with any of the stormwater down there at all in all of these storms. We've had overflow from the Keating site on the wash ponds into the street, which we've been working with them on mitigating those, but those elements I think are different. Stormwater is the beginning part of the water that you're going to get into the aquifer, that you're going to get into the well. So it's degrees of treatment that you're getting. In the water you're treating nowadays in stormwater is treated a lot better than the water that was treated, 20 years ago, okay, with respect to different types of, now we're working with phosphorus, so with many of these things. So there's a big difference on that.
I guess that brings up another point, is that a lot of the stuff that is in our current Zone 3 in Lunenburg was 20-plus years old, didn't have any stormwater regulations required to build it. There's no process for us to go back and look at those that are potentially polluters because there's no bylaw, and it is what it is. That's private property, but
I mean, zoning also can't be.
But I know, but we can't avoid that. I mean, we can't negate that. The storms are increasing, and if we get rid of the protections that are there, then not only is it going to get worse because of the existing, it's going to get worse because of the new. And the new Also, by the way, they're not making any more land, so every new project is going to be more challenging.
It is. But the difference between some of the new that we're doing now is that we're taking some of the old away and fixing it with the new.
That
So-
too, and then
so I
you
mean-
get redevelopment credits, which gives us even less ability to tell you what to do.
You still have to get the maximum extent practicable.
Unitil did not do, in my mind.
I can't speak to what
I
Unitil do, because I don't disagree with you, and I don't know how they developed that site.
That was redevelopment.
That's a different question.
Yeah.
But
So, yeah,
I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you have.
appreciate it.
Okay?
I appreciate it.
So,
I don't want you to feel called out. I mean, all the different engineering companies that come to us have done these stormwater things, and they all result in pretty much the same thing, failed stormwater things and flooding roads. And again, it's not because of the engineering, it's because of the inputs that the
I'm
state...
just trying to think, give me an example, aside from Unitil.
Um,
Because we can agree that that's an anomaly.
Well, Flat Hill Road is my go-to because that's my backyard. You know, there was 45 home development put in there, and it
What
just...
year?
That was,
93, 94?
it was permitted and started construction in 2000. Regardless of that,
Yeah.
we've developed 8 single-family houses in a 24-acre apple orchard, and that has just exacerbated that existing problem. That was all done with rain gardens. They all conform to the new numbers, the new rainfall data numbers, and they're just flooding out of the driveway into the road. Those are my best example because of the
Yeah.
relatively newest. You could drive up
I'm
Flat Hill
not,
during the
I'm not a
rain.
big fan of rain gardens for that exact reason. They're good for the one-year storm, that's about it. But they're not,
But that's the go-to.
But the-
Every design we get.
well, if you do the 1 year, if you do the rain garden as a mechanism to provide infiltration, but you ignore it for the stormwater, that's how it should be approached. You should be able to take a look at the stormwater information and be able to make sure that the stormwater works independent of the rain gardens. And I know we're getting way off topic now, so I'll sit down.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, again, I hear a lot of good info. I hear a lot of chewing that we're going to have to, mental chewing we're going to have to do to process, look at. I will, assuming that info is sent to me, I will send it on right away to us, the easements and everything else, and try to solicit some feedback on that otherwise. So, that's half the public hearing. I think the other half's shorter.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, fair.
This is the first time seeing this one.
Would be Planning Board 01 Draft Battery Energy Storage Systems 6 days ago is when it was last updated in our files.
Well, the Luddite that I am, I've still got the paper copy that I had printed a few weeks ago, so this was February 21, so it's been updated since Feb 21?
Yeah.
It's in the shared file.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the water protection, they were probably printed at the same time. Or not.
So, Mr. Harris, could we please have while we're kind of looking at it quickly, I don't know how many you've read ahead, how many are really diving for the first time in this text. Yes, sir.
I'm going to leave now. I just thought I'd let you know.
Oh, okay.
But as a courtesy to one of my colleagues, I would ask maybe if the planning board would consider tabling this for 5 minutes while you dealt with her.
Can we table a public hearing while it's open? That's my concern.
I've never done that before.
All right, I tried.
Yeah, that is why I'm looking back and trying to be apologetic, is we had so many people here that I really had to open the public hearing, but it's a bigger public hearing. and
Okay.
that's-
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So, again,
I appreciate that.
I am sorry, I've tried to think through a way.
It's so, like, timeline?
I don't know how long this discussion is going to be between us, and then we're going to, the minute I close this public hearing, you're next. So,
Or continue the hearing.
yeah, thank you. The minute we presumably continue the public hearing. Thank you, sir.
Very brief to give some background on this. Battery energy storage systems are used. You currently have, if you have any solar operating systems, you have a battery energy storage system there already. It's an accessory to that operation. What's happening is with the state's push for clean energy and expanded solar in particular, there is a need for standalone battery energy storage systems, and companies are getting into that business. The town was approached by an entity that wants to do one in town. They sent in a request for zone determination. The building commissioner said it's not allowed. They then appealed to the ZBA. In the meantime, there's discussion in town council, and basically was you really need to come up with something on the books. And the company involved met with us and agreed to defer the ZBA appeal several months. They've actually submitted a continuation until sometime in May.
The day after the town meeting, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The purpose is to see if the town can develop and does enact a battery energy storage system. And we've had a meeting with them. I've had discussions with them as well, because I gave them a draft for them to give some comments, because, hey, I want to see what the feedback is. And they raised some good questions, good points that I didn't take their word for it. I took their comments, gave it to the building commissioner, and a couple of them gave it to the fire chief and said, what do you think? And in most cases, Brian and the fire chief said, yeah, it makes sense. You really should change the proposal. So I made the changes to the extent that it made sense. And one thing Brian said is, you need to also add this into the use table. That's one of the reasons for the changes in here too.
Use table, yeah.
Yeah, because Brian was everything but in the use table. But essentially what this does is say, if you're going to do a battery energy storage system, it breaks it into basically 4 categories. Small standalone, which basically would serve, I think it's under 4 units. Yeah, what did I put it down here? Small B, serve a residential, commercial, industrial, or industrial development or parking facility, which is not a solar generating facility. But it has one or more electric vehicle charging stations. The accessory, which is something that supports or is associated with a solar generating operating facility. And then medium, and then large. And medium and large are ones that we're really talking about. Medium, in our discussions, I think it's Brian, the building commissioner, suggested, instead of going by a nameplate rated, he said technology is changing so fast that what used to fit into 10,000 square feet, or it used to fit into 2 acres, now fits into 10,000 square feet. He said, do it by size of the compound. So we said, all right, medium would be 10,000 square foot compound. Anything above that would be a large. And large basically is designed to serve what is called a utility grade, more like a substation. Then look at where can you allow these. Well, I looked at half dozen other bylaws that have been adopted and approved by the Attorney General's office, a model bylaw as well. And the difference is Lunenburg's threshold for solar generating between small and large is really low. Most places, you can look at the solar generating operating bylaw, and those thresholds kind of fit in. So looking at that, decide, all right, what makes sense? You have a solar overlay district where large is permitted by right, basically. And so I use what makes sense as some of the criteria here, without being overly restrictive, but restrictive enough. Requiring specific approval authority, criteria for medium and large. Medium, generally, most medium are going to be by site plan approval, and large going to be by special permit, but not, some medium require special permit as well. And then has general requirements that applicable to all. One thing we did was require them to do a site safety plan that they have to submit to the fire chief, police chief, before they submit an application for permitting one of these, accessory, medium, and large. And they have to have a letter from the fire chief, police chief, on the site safety plan, the emergency response plan, site security plan, saying, we looked at it, these are comments on it, and basically it needs to be an approval. And my expectation would be any applicant that's going to, if they get a letter back from the fire chief saying, you need to make these changes, they'll make the changes, go back to the fire chief, and get clean approval first. It, very frankly, be foolish to do otherwise. Because if fire chief says no, what would I expect the planning board to do? I'd expect the planning board to say no, because then you can't meet the threshold of public safety. And we also included different codes, and fire chief specifically on the Massachusetts Fire Code and incorporate into it. I had in here originally a minimum distance between equipment containers and separating containers, and Silo, I think Silo is the folks who proposed one. They said, with technology, that doesn't really work. You got fire code that regulates it already. And I asked Brian, building commissioner, and also the fire chief what they thought, and they both came back and said, yeah, they're right, you should strike that out. So what I put in here in its place is spacing between equipment containers or structures shall be in accordance with applicable fire codes and addressed as part of the site safety plan reviewed by the fire chief and during the site plan approval process. That way, it's still addressed, and they've got to demonstrate to the fire chief that they meet the code, the space requirements under codes. And I originally said that they shall be utility lines shall be placed underground. There's objection to that. So I went back to your solar operating generating provision, and I took that provision and put in here, which says reasonable efforts should be made to place all utility connections underground depending on appropriate soils, conditions, shape, and topography of the site.
Was the original, the one that's been struck out here, that was...
My original proposal.
Okay, and that was recommended to be struck out by the company?
Yes, and then the
I
Brian...
don't like the term reasonable efforts as compared to extent feasible. That feels weaselly and something that you can be like, I tried.
Building commissioner agreed that it should be taken out.
Okay.
And so what language to use in its place? Well, you already have the reasonable language in your bylaw regarding solar panels, solar systems. So I just took that language you have already have in your bylaw and put it in here.
Gotcha.
To the extent possible where the solar generating provisions have language, I try to take language from there and put it in here. Because I don't want to deviate that much from your existing. Additionally, when you revise your solar bylaw, you can revise them both places and be consistent there.
Sure.
There was concern about what does restoration mean, so I put in here that the restoration plan is to be approved by the planning board when board approves subject facility. And the argument there was, well, if you've got an existing facility, your existing site that's already old parking lot, would you make them remove everything and make it vegetated? Okay, restorations I did bring it back to what it was. The best approach would be to leave the planning board in making the approval of the facility, determine the restoration level at that time. That way, a developer going into it is going to know, yeah, it's already old pavement, but when it's restored, we wanted something more porous, but not necessarily vegetated. So it gives you more flexibility. I think gives everybody more flexibility to hash that out at the beginning as opposed to 30 years down the road when it's been removed. And let's see. The other thing I put in here, that's probably the biggie, is at the very end I add in here waiver. The planning board may waive one or more of the dimension requirements specified in various sections in sole discretion under appropriate circumstances based on input from various departments. And determination by the planning board that granting the waiver will be consistent with the purpose of the zoning bylaw. Recognizing technology changes, and company A may use a different technology from company B, and therefore the spacing may need to be different, the height may be different, the buffer may be, and site may be different. There may be a railroad trestle right there that is alternative, or the existing industrial building. That means you can't be as far away from the property as you normally would. So it gives some ability to get some waivers on that. So that's, in a nutshell, the change I made and what this is intended to achieve. It's, according to the Building Commission, the Attorney General has said that standalone battery energy storage systems fall under the Chapter 48, Section 3 exemption of solar energy. Therefore, they are only subject to reasonable regulation. So trying to be balanced in this, provide protections for the community, but make sure it's not unreasonable in my mind. And that's one reason for asking for the company to get some feedback and be sure, no. And I've been this game before with cell towers, where you ask cell tower companies, this proposal, and they'll say, no, that's too strict. So what I would do is go back to other entities that are more neutral, say, what do you think of their comments? And that's why I went to the Building Commission, Fire Chief, on appropriate items, said, what do you think? And got their input and made changes based on their input.
And again, for scope, we've talked about it before, but also for those at home as well. Often with bylaws, you have some flexibility on timing. The company has, and I'm sure there's reasons it's nice for them too, but they've been put off using ZBA to push through their project regardless, in the hopes that we could put something the town feels is appropriate for town meeting. I am not personally under the impression that they're looking at it going, oh, it's no big deal if you have to wait till fall town meeting to approve something. Because they're a business and the legality seems to be that they're perfectly capable of shoving whatever they want through. I mean, enough so, like, again, technicalities, but that the state has said they can kind of do what they want. And they've been good about saying, why don't you put something together and we can work together on it if you'd like.
And touch on that, it's kind of, town's in a more difficult position. Look at the fact that large solar systems are allowed in a lot of different areas, by special permit or whatever, but they are very broadly allowed. And the definition, and I was a bit surprised, part of their appeal is that it's going into industrial office, a use that allows distribution facilities. And the definition includes utility distribution. So it's a strange definition. I understand why it says that, but now that's part of the unintended consequences of what was defined 20 years ago. Technology changes, and lo and behold, now we've got new.
And this is also due to the state saying batteries count as solar.
Yeah.
Which was not anticipated by, I think, most anyone.
Yeah.
I get the state's logic behind it, because you need enough battery power for solar to be feasible, but it's an interesting approach from the state that we are now using. I've been comfy with this so far. I have to do a deep dive into everything new, but I was there for parts of the drafting process, and that's why I'm probably comfy more by default. What are people's thoughts? First of all, is there public comment about this? Seeing none, is there anyone in the waiting room being like, OMG, I want to come in and tell us about solar?
We do have 4 participants, but I don't see anybody raising their hand to
Yep.
speak.
Oh, okay. I didn't see we have participants. I think it's great we have participants. If you do want to speak, use that hand raise feature on Zoom and let us know, because this is a public hearing. Thoughts from the board? And if the thoughts are, I need a little more time to digest, that's probably okay, but I want us to at least get some initial thoughts out if we have them to give us direction.
To the extent that I am capable of, understanding and digesting what we've been looking at, it makes sense to me. And, if it's the best option we have as opposed to allowing the companies to dictate their own terms, then, yeah, I don't see anything glaring that I understand would need changing.
I do have one question. I see the 500 feet, page 3.
Yes.
The setback was changed from 500 to 200 feet?
Yes.
That's probably in my email, and I apologize, but what was the reasoning for the decrease?
They thought it was unreasonable. I went back and looked at your solar bylaw, and it says 200 feet.
Does that seem sufficient to deal with the potential noise issues?
Well, you've got noise standard already in here as well.
Oh, okay, great, then I'm fine with it. Then I care much more about noise than the possibility of looking at some boxes.
Yeah.
Was it both 500 feet instances that got changed to 200 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
And, let's see. Yeah. I've been on design standards, noise generated by an accessory, medium, large scale, best installation by any associated equipment and machinery shall conform to applicable state local noise regulations, including Mass DEP's Division Air Quality Standard. Shall not produce any other vibration, harmonics, or interference which would be perceived or impact the normal function of electronics off-site. As a general rule, noise levels measured greater than 60 dBA as measured at the property line upon which residential buildings are located shall be deemed to be excessive. 60 is, I looked at a chart, and 60 seems, I think it was like a air conditioner, something like that. It seemed to be a reasonable type of level.
Normal conversation, I'm just random Google search, so grain of salt. Normal conversation is about 60 decibels. Unless decibels and dBA are different somehow.
No, they're the same.
Okay, banger. Then that means at the property line, it should sound like two people, not sound like, but the equivalent volume of two people talking at the property line.
The company provided a sound study that was done. And 60 is heavy traffic 300 feet away.
Okay.
So
50 is quiet speech 3 feet away, or dishwasher in the next room. So,
but going back to the conversation analogy, quiet conversation is not usually 24/7, but this battery thing would likely be making that noise 24/7, right? So there's something to consider. Crazy factor.
I think that's something we can look at, consider. I get it. I think about that, and then I think of where these are more likely to be located. I think of like my house on Northfield Road, and definitely loud, like it's not 24/7, but at the corner of Northfield and Highland, I'll tell you, it's a lot louder than that on the regular, just from passing traffic.
and 60 is presumed to be violated. It could be less than that based on the Mass DEP noise policy.
Okay,
So,
fair. Okay,
but they're over 60, automatically they're going to be deemed presumed in violation. If there's noise complaints, there's ways you go by getting noise measured and making that assessment if it violates policy or not.
so that could be a point to chip. I'm probably comfy with it, but I think it's worth chewing over and thinking through. Other thoughts, questions?
Now that it just popped into my mind, and I did go to the Green Communities meeting,
Thank you.
and I went, okay, so the Green Communities meeting, I received this in an email a few hours before that, and I had read it very quickly, and I hadn't read the whole thing, and in discussion with them, it didn't seem like there was a whole lot of need to work together on it. So I just wanted to mention that, just to follow, because I have been saying for years that we need to have more intergroup communication.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to not let that go. I very much appreciated it. They were very welcoming.
Great.
I do have some questions, though, and again, this is the first draft, not the current draft, so forgive me if I catch something that's already been caught. But, I see that there were, what was it, 10,000 square foot maximum?
Can you give a reference at all?
So I'm looking at page...
10,000 square feet is the
So,
threshold.
definitions, A, battery storage management system. System, so basically, is there no square foot maximum for small?
No.
And how is that regulated?
Definition of small is that serves a residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional development or park facility which is not a solar generating facility, but has one or more electric vehicle charging stations. Essentially, the BESS is an accessory to that facility. It's not, it's really not standalone like you would normally think about it, because it is a battery and storage system, but it's not an accessory because it is not for the purpose of a solar generating system, but it is accessory to another use. So that's, you're not going to have a large facility, large BESS for a industrial building or a shopping center or a apartment complex.
Okay.
And the main reason, the BESS mainly is going to be there for the purpose of electric vehicle charging stations, those type of uses.
Okay, and I also didn't see any minimum setbacks for the small?
No, it has to meet whatever the setback is for the zone district.
As a structure?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that specified?
Yeah, it, somewhere in here, it mentions that it is treated as a structure.
Okay, yes, I do remember seeing that. So So the EV charging station, it seems like that's a requirement to get a small scale?
Yes.
What if you want to have battery storage and you don't buy into this electric car crap? You have to put a charger in, even if you're not going to use it?
That's the purpose of them. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but this doesn't include things like what about the single home batteries that people use as a backup?
I guess that's where I was going.
Yeah, they're
It's
more
not-
common brands and less, but
That provides some utility to the residents rather than just the commercial people who want to just keep building stuff here.
and they're usually entirely, to my knowledge, entirely self-contained and tied in the structure, so I don't know,
Yeah, like a Generac unit.
I'm thinking like a Tesla battery or something.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I originally had in here, small as 1 to 4 residential units.
Mm-hmm.
We can put that back in here, independent of electric vehicle.
I think it'd be nice to allow, if you have to have an electric charging station, to have one. I can't think of why we wouldn't say you can have a small one that lets you, or you and some neighbors you've become especially friendly with.
We can put something like that in there. That's.
Yeah, I think I'd like that, because giving more options to people is great. Like to your everyday,
So I just wanted to make sure that, and my suspicions were confirmed that it was a requirement in this draft, and I think we want to try to lessen that.
I'll add that in there.
Okay.
I'll do an amendment.
And then going to H, pad site. It says pad site, and then it says the enclosure.
The enclosure in which one or more,
Are we requiring these pads to be enclosed?
yeah, it probably should be a compound site.
Okay, so we're not requiring an enclosure on these self-contained units?
No, the self-contained units are typically like trailers or structures already. The idea is that you would have an enclosure around them, maybe a fence.
More like a fence?
Yeah.
Okay. So the perimeter?
Yeah.
Something, okay, just,
I have trouble imagining that some of these will be built without the security requiring a fence, but I think it's better if we're not requiring a fence in this, that we phrase it correctly.
I mean, all you could have said was, well, fences and enclosure, and, okay, good, right? I think, in my mind, anyway. And then going to the next page for medium, property edge versus dwelling. Okay, so medium, you're saying it needs to be 6 acres or 6 acres, no less than 200 feet from a residentially developed property. So that's the property edge, right? The
Right.
edge of the property, not,
Right.
Yeah, because it's not from a residence as in a building,
Right.
it's from a residential property.
but I mean, are these medium scales allowed in residence areas?
Residential districts, yes. Well, let's see here.
But then we also have to realize that we've got residential uses outside of residential zoning.
Yep. Medium and large may be allowed by special permit. Outside of the solar, commercial, and office industrial. So yes, they could be in a residential district, more than 20 acres.
Well, since I'm only aware of one resident in, well, no, I'm not going to say that. No, I'm going to stop there. I think that answered my question. Do we want to allow for residential uses rather than residentially developed property is effectively a residential use, not a residential zone, right?
Right.
Okay, I guess I'm good with that then.
Yeah, and residential development is a term I've used before, because you may have a property that is commercially zoned, the residents predated it, and therefore it is a residential development, even though it is not residential zoned.
Right. So the Miller paving is the one I was going to mention.
Yeah.
Because that,
Now, just thinking this through, that means you could have your 6-acre site next to a currently undeveloped residentially zoned property. I could build 50 feet from that boundary, let's say, because it's not currently residentially developed. And then someone buys that property and decides to put a house there. And the answer is, I'm actually very comfortable with this. I just want to make sure I understand. The answer is, well, it's already there. You know what you're buying next to.
Yes.
I am fine with that. I don't see any problem with it, but I just want to make sure I understood it correctly. Also talking to the select board tomorrow.
And comes back to part of my philosophy personally is, if a use is permitted and it's there, and then you buy next to it, don't give me any complaints, because you bought there, you chose to locate next to it use. And I say that because I've seen that with old industrial buildings. Somebody then buys a house and wants to complain because somebody's operating a towing business out of the industrial use. It's allowed use. They were there, well, yeah, but when I moved in, it was just a quiet warehouse. Fine, but it was industrial use with a garage door, and they're allowed to do that. So I do have the philosophy that if someone buys into an area that's already developed a use they don't like, well, they shouldn't bought there.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And
so I've got an argument to that point, is that this is promoting last person to develop loses, in my mind. So if it's a residentially zoned property that's not been developed residentially, then you're going to let them build right up to the property line, or wherever you're zoning your structure, right? But if there was already a house there, you'd require 150 more feet. I think residentially zoned and/or developed property. I think that would fix my problem. Would anybody object to that?
All right, what if the residential zone property was not able to be developed because I've seen wetlands that were zoned residential. And there's no way you're ever going to build on there.
I like that argument, and this brings me back to the point of residential, the house, the dwelling.
Residential developed.
so I think I'm comfy with that. I mean,
as a farmer that's lived here all my life, and I've watched hundreds of 100-acre parcels just go away and grow houses, okay? It's because of this, that's been allowed. And it not only allowed, but it fostered, because the value of the property is just being decreased and decreased and decreased by the availability of development. And that's just my personal take on it, and I'll let that soapbox go away. So I highlight the 6 acres, the 20 acres, and the 200 feet. Well, they were 500 feet, just because those are things that we should discuss as a group. Setback and spacing, is there any enforceable difference between, I'm looking at D, the medium or large scale? The very end of it says,
what page?
Oh, page 3?
3.
On the draft, on my draft?
Yep, that's...
D, zoning bylaw where the site does not conform to the size or spacing restrictions.
That's the same.
The spacing restrictions that are here are between the units, right? And the setback is a different thing.
Right.
So, but we don't have any of these already existing in here, so that wouldn't be spacing, it would be setback, wouldn't it?
Spacing is addressed, but I think it boils down to
The fire.
fire code. We do address spacing, and we say you have to meet fire code.
Okay.
Because there was originally talk about how would we handle spacing, and basically the answer was that could change based on technology. It has changed already in this field based on technology. So fire code would be the...
Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
And then E, it looks like just in the was missing. E, medium, large-scale standalone battery energy storage systems may be allowed following zoning districts.
May be allowed only upon site plan approval granted by the planning board.
Okay, so you did fix that, good, okay. Because mine was just missing 2 words.
Okay.
F, I underlined the 20 acres again. Just so that it was on this board's radar to have a discussion and make sure that seemed, have we talked about that? That 20 acre?
And
In what context do you mean? Like just, you feel we should talk about if 20 acres is the appropriate number, or are you implying?
Anytime that I've ever been involved in creation of a bylaw, anytime there's a number put in there, I feel that there should be discussion about it.
Oh, I'm fine. I didn't know if that was a implication, I don't know if that was a general discussion or an implication of because.
Oh, I don't know. It was a couple weeks ago that I did
Yeah, okay,
this, so.
great. No, fine with it. I was trying to get insight into your brain.
Look.
And the reason the 20 acres is in there is under large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installations.
Yep.
Siting by special permit, except where permitted as of right in the solar overlay district. Large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic may be located on any lot containing more than 20 acres. And then, so that's where the 20 acres came from.
There you go. And that's another good explanation is for consistency. Right? Consistency is good. On the same page, 5A2, there's a semicolon and. Is that been fixed also?
It has not.
No.
So you're saying that should go down to the end of 3?
Yeah, I guess it's by,
Yeah.
right? I think something got added and that just didn't get caught, which is the reason I don't think that that's a good idea, but that's the standard way of writing bylaws, apparently. And then, 2, on 1, residentially developed properties, this is the same thing. Same thing that I just spoke about. And then the same thing, the same comment on page 4, after 4, I think 6 got added.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then page 5, F, safety standards.
Yes.
Does this not include standalone?
Yeah, this is standalone.
So, at a minimum, comma, all accessory, comma, minimum, in large scale.
That was a typo that was corrected.
Okay, well, what does it read now?
All accessory, comma, medium, and large-scale BESS installations, including equipment, shall comply with the following.
Okay. Does that make sense to you? What do you say?
Yes, it does.
Okay, good.
Yes. I had to process for a moment. Yes, it does.
And then number 8, design standards. It says accessory, medium, and large-scale BESS. Is that again?
No, that's another typo. Thank you.
And right below that, A, all applicable to all accessory, medium scale. So I pointed out the accessory every time I saw it. after that.
And there's a period after accessory in that, and there should have been.
Yep.
one.
Oh, that's what I had circled. But the accessory is meant to be there?
Yes.
Okay.
And the reason being accessory is when it's part of a photovoltaic installation,
Mm-hmm.
they have BESS systems as part of that.
So you're saying we already do have these BESSes installed with the large, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
Yeah,
that.
with solar, they're already there. This is all being addressed because we used to only allow it by solar, and the state said, psych!
Okay, so that makes more sense to my previous comment. Never mind. So down to 3, vegetation and land clearing. On the second line, installation, and then there's a capital A for the any. Including earth removal of land cleared greater than 1 acre. Does that make sense to everyone? Including earth removal of land cleared greater than 1 acre is... Does that sound correct to everybody?
I believe it does.
Yeah. There should have been a period at the end of installation. Between installation and any.
Okay.
Any land disturbances, including earth removal of land is subject to, okay, yep, got it.
Good. And then further down in that same paragraph, in approving an applicable BESS project, I'm questioning what the applicable is.
Accessory, medium, and large scale.
Okay. 5, visual impact. Is this only for residential properties? The visual impact?
No.
Nope.
No. Any accessory, medium, or large scale, BESS installation shall be designed to minimize visual impacts.
Okay, I'll go with that too. And then at the end of that paragraph, buffer strips shall surround the proposed project. But then you're going into buffer strips in 6. I don't know what my issue was there. Maybe you talk about buffer strips before you tell what buffer strips are? Maybe that's what it was.
The idea of mentioning on visual impact is put out there that buffer strips are going to be required as a visual impact mitigation.
Okay. So, and then in 6, the accessory is supposed to be there, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then in A, we don't have conservation or recreation districts.
Okay. Let's see what else.
That was one of the things that Adam did when he first got here and when we went to the code. When he codified our bylaw, there was a whole bunch of references to conservation districts and recreation districts, but nothing was consistent, and they just all got blanket removed.
Okay, we'll scratch conservation because you do have a recreation district.
You're right, I'm sorry. We don't have the conservation, that's right. And then it appears again in B.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
In number 7, I underlined the 20 feet. Typically we've got a 38-foot max height in town.
Mm-hmm.
And we allow up to 50, I think, in the village center districts. I don't understand where the 20 feet came from, or if it's even gonna work.
Thing that'll work, and if someone comes in with technology that says we gotta go 25, the board has authority to grant a waiver, but they have to demonstrate that it's gonna be appropriate to do that.
Okay, everybody comfortable with that? I guess.
I think I'm comfy with it.
Roads,
See it if needed, otherwise we're keeping it low and out of sight.
I mean, I'm good with this, first of all. I think this is great, and it will serve the purpose that we need to.
Yeah, the idea, we don't want them to be highly visible anyway. and it keeps them low, and if somebody comes in, they've got a unique site, they've got some technology that requires them to go a couple of feet higher, you have the ability to grant a waiver if it's really warranted.
Okay, oh, and the roads and access, I have the 7 and the 10 underlined, but those are the spacing of the containers?
Those have been
And that's,
Yep.
okay, so that's a good.
Because now,
It's
B-
applicable fire codes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then in E, should it say required spacing or just spacing between?
that has been also
That's
been removed
deleted.
Okay,
and replaced with a new C at the end, okay? Which is spacing between equipment containers or structures shall be in accordance with fire codes. And addressed as part of site site safety plan reviewed by the fire chief.
that's already, okay. I'm good with, if they,
Yep.
if they've already questioned it, I'm good. Number 10, again, the accessory is supposed to be there? Generated by an accessory?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Conservation Commission, that's new. Oh, in B, 10, I guess it's 10B. No, it's not, it's 12B. 12B waiver?
Oh, yeah. It's not 12B, it's just waiver B.
Okay, well, I don't remember seeing Conservation Commission mentioned.
Well, the Conservation Commission has mentioned it's maybe a wetlands issue that would justify input, but you also may want their input to be sure they're fine with it.
So B does not apply to 12. B,
No, right,
1 through 12 are all part of A,
yeah.
Okay,
and then B is,
B applies to 1 through 12.
okay. So, conservation makes sense then. Going back to 10, so accessory is supposed to be there. What about any surety bond? Okay, so the existing owner, so now I'm at 11B.
Okay.
Okay, so to adhere to said conditions and provide a new surety in accordance with the board's approval? So if this is talking about an existing owner or operator, then I would assume it would be an existing site. And don't we already require sureties for the solar, don't we?
But this is, let's say somebody gets a BES approval, you approve a battery energy storage system, 5 years later, 10 years later, they sell to another company, the ownership of that changes. It's not referring to something that not referring to solar photovoltaic you've already approved, it's a battery energy storage system.
So then why would the required surety change?
Well, if Corporation A gave you the surety, and now Corporation B is going to own it, you're going to need to have surety from Corporation B.
So this is just saying that they have to transfer the surety? Okay, it didn't hit me that way. What about any surety? Okay. That brought up another question that, I don't remember which meeting I was listening to, but, the municipal construction costs versus private construction costs are considerably different.
Right.
Now, these bonds, are they based on municipal construction when it's a surety like that? Because that's what it's gonna be if,
Presumably, you're going to do is take their engineer's estimate, have your peer review engineer review it based on what your cost's going to be, and
Are you-
recommend you.
are you sure that that's based on what the municipal cost would be versus the private, or are they just gonna,
Well, I would think you'd have your engineer,
okay, I wouldn't disagree,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
and also increase the cost above the estimate.
All right, municipal, and I brought that up. So in no event, so going back to 13, well, moving forward to 13A, it said, but in no event to, the surety is not to exceed more than 125% of the cost.
Mm-hmm.
And now is this an estimated, oh, well, like you have to estimate it because it's no actual.
Right.
And then that's where the municipal versus construction fit in.
Yeah, and the 125 came from your solar photovoltaic bylaw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good, that's good.
So I was surprised.
Surprised?
Yeah.
High or low?
I've never put in there a cap
Oh,
on that.
well. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense, but
I mean, do we have to have that cap there, or is it going to be an issue?
Well, you've got it in your solar,
it's already in solar.
so you
Something,
should be,
And we need to mirror solar, otherwise,
Yeah.
you know, I hear it.
consistency is good.
it's unreasonable otherwise.
Yeah, no, I get it.
The surety shall include a mechanism for calculating increased removal restoration costs due to inflation. Now, is there an inflationary period that we're talking? Is this like 10% inflation, or is this negative deflation period? Just current, doesn't matter.
It's not specified yet. It's just when you get, because who knows, if we're under the, well, I've been for the past 10 years, it'd be one thing. If something happens and we have 1979, 1980 all over again, or 73,
But
74.
if these
Another
lifespans, are-
Hamburglar, we're in trouble.
if these like 20-year lifespans, then that's almost impossible to predict, but,
Most bonds are 5 years, and they get renewed, so.
okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's more, what I've seen before with cell tower bonds is, well, we're going to give them a 30-year bond, but actually it's a 5-year bond that has renewal periods. And you said, all right, and what we specified is, when it renews, you need to get a new cost figure.
Do we need to specify that somewhere so that isn't is that super standard practice that anyone in this, like, in planning is going to know? Or is this knowledge that exists in your head and now ours that we may forget?
Anybody's going to know that.
Okay, great, I can accept that. The answer is anybody's going to know it, cool. I don't know. I am not a planner.
And a lot of this came from your existing solar bylaw.
Fair.
So the site safety plan, isn't that something that's supposed to be already taken care of before it's applied to planning?
Yes, but that's why it's in here, requiring them to do a site safety plan.
Okay.
Be developed and submitted to the fire chief for approval prior to submission of an application for planning board consideration.
Any changes, revisions, and again, this is the previous, so it may be different, but,
All right, that they get approval. Let's say that they submit a site safety plan to the fire chief, and then they submit their application for special permit and site plan approval to the planning board, and planning board makes changes in their project plan.
We require they move something.
I get you, so it gets re-reviewed, okay. Okay, so this is a
To
second.
make sure that, because unfortunately, I've seen this with planning boards of conservation too often, is conservation approves a plan, it comes to planning board makes changes, and they didn't go back to conservation, or vice versa. And we
Right.
want to be sure that
Yep.
that interaction occurs.
Okay, so that accessory is okay. 15A2, it looks like there's a fan instead of an and, just minor typo.
It's an and here.
Okay.
It's corrected.
Yep,
It got fixed?
good.
Accessory.
Everybody that looks at this is giving me at least 2 typos.
Good.
You've given me more than anybody else.
Oh, well,
And you're giving them to me after everybody else is giving me a list of typos.
I'm more of a jerk than some people. Demonstrate that there is so 16A, The plan shall be in conformance with the requirements of the Lunenburg Police Department to demonstrate that there is limited undue burden on the town.
Mm-hmm.
Limited undue burden, is that a planning term?
Something came from another bylaw that I copied it from.
Okay. Does it make sense to everybody?
It is a bit odd, because
It
an
is odd.
undue burden is like above and beyond. And a limited burden seems like something that is,
So you want to scratch limited?
Well, I mean, I don't think that the town public safety officials should have any undue burden because of this.
Yeah. I think I'm comfy with there's limited burden to town public safety officials.
Yeah, I don't think that this should take any second out of their day at all.
Okay.
Once it's up and running. I mean, the review process is
Yeah.
the time-consuming part, and then once they're approved, they shouldn't be like a Walmart and they're getting calls at the police station all the time. I
And
guess.
the reality is, on these type of systems, their monitoring system is going to catch it before anybody else does. In fact, as pointed out, I think that typically for a fire department or police department response, they typically have somebody there already on site because their monitors, having somebody take care of it.
Okay, so and then 17A, all developers, operators of BEFs shall provide at their expense to town. Does this include for the smalls or?
This says accessory, medium, and large scale now.
So not small?
Not
Right.
smalls.
Okay, okay, good. Then that got
So
covered
your
too.
soda photovoltaic operators and your medium and large.
So, and again, so can, and this brings us back to the charging things, can small be used like a generator? And,
As in to give power when the grid's down?
I don't know. This one prohibited. I've never.
There would be some technical limitations based on grid tie-in and everything else, like with a generator. You
Yeah.
can't,
I mean, it's similarity. Anyways, I just wanted to put that in our minds to say that this might be a possible interest for some large residential users.
Right.
That makes sense.
And that's what, again, why I brought up the charger, because, not everybody in Lunenburg's got an EV.
Well, the reality is, I think, in large residential users going to have electric vehicles, charging stations, or they're not going to be in the market if they're large. A small residential development may not, but you're talking about 50 to 100, 200 units. You'd be wise to have an EV station or two in the future.
All right.
So I appreciate you putting up with that, but that was all my comments on the first draft, and I'll be sure to read the second draft before I come to the next meeting.
Thank you. Anything else? I think we've had a ton of good thoughts on two potential bylaws tonight, and we've all got a lot to chew over. I was wondering if there was a motion to continue this public hearing to a date and time certain.
motion to continue,
What?
We actually have a member of the viewer raising a hand.
Oh, well, please.
Hi, good evening. This is Mike Toohill, 41 Stone Fence Road. I'm also the chair of the Open Space Committee, and I'm actually here for something later, but I was listening to your conversation, your deliberation about the sound levels, especially with regard to these facilities. So just to give you a little bit of background, DBA is A-weighted decibels, and they're weighted towards what we can hear, like 20 to 20,000 hertz, so different than dogs. So DBA is the appropriate measure. 60 to 70 dBA is 60 dBA is where people start to get annoyed. 60 to 70 dBA, especially. But more importantly, it's different between day and night. And so I'd ask the board to consider using or requiring the calculation of what's called the day-night sound levels, the LDN, which is also measured in dBA. And what it does basically is gives a 10 decibel penalty to sounds that are emanating at night. 10 decibels is actually 10 times, every increase of 10 is 10 times the sound level, but our ears perceive it as twice as loud. So 70 dBA is twice as loud as 60. Residential areas at night usually run in the 35 to 40 range. So if you have 60 dBA as a standard, you're going to perceive it as more than twice as loud at night as you do during the day.
There you go.
So I'd ask the board to, if you can, to consider putting something into the bylaw about using LDN calculations. And noise levels are pretty easily mitigated. It's pretty short money for developers to mitigate noise levels while they're developing things. After the fact, it's really tough. So especially if these are going to be in residential areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's an excellent point. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Best part about this job is how much I get to learn, by far. All right, so now I would be interested in after that, I think, very beneficial comment, I'd be interested in like maybe a motion to continue this public hearing to our meeting on April 8th at 6:05 PM.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Whew, very good. Thank you. I am so sorry. You are here for the certificates of completion? Yes. Great, because I just want to make sure we moved on to the right thing.
I appreciate that.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Certificates of completion for 147, reconsideration for 147 Holman and 159 Holman. Please come on up and share your name and address, or who are you representing, and...
Alexandria Dugan for Benjamin Builders. Our address is 69 Mass Ave, Lunenburg, Mass. So we're just looking to close out the tri-party agreement and get our funds back for those rain gardens, excuse me, at 147 and 159 Holman. The work's been completed since May of 2023, and we requested it be inspected back then, and then summer passed. We just recently had them inspected. I know the engineers, at least our engineers, delivered their as-builts, and I don't believe, other than there was 2 brief comments on the town's engineers, that there was some sediment in a rock layer, which was very easy. We dug it out in 5 minutes and replaced it with new rock, and that the plants were missing, but they were just covered in snow in the other rain garden, which I sent over pictures for.
All right, so we got those concerns from our engineer, and do we have confirmation on what's happened?
Our engineer did the inspection, said there was some sediment in the stone base, and also there was question about the vegetation in the rain garden. And he looked, and the developer said they had their person out there remove the sediment out of it, sent pictures in, also sent pictures of the, more current pictures of the rain garden. Our engineer looked at the pictures and said their issues were addressed.
Okay.
And then you have issues that have been risen by the owner at 147 Holman. That's mentioned in my background material as well.
And I can also address those. So I know you've said that, or I'm not sure exactly, that they've had long time issues with this. So we've been told that they had one other time where it didn't drain immediately, and that was back on July 18th. They emailed it, and I have a picture, and this was, I can give it to you guys on July 18th. There is an overflow like area. This has never been reached. And it did drain, and this was the same day that in Townsend, there were cars under, 6 feet of water. So it's not a normal storm occurrence. And even so, at that point, it never went, this is kind of an overflow area.
Do we have that picture
No,
already?
I know,
Okay, so we can take that and then,
Yeah.
okay. No, guys, I just want to make sure we can have everything correct for record and everything as discussed. That's right.
you guys want to pass it around. So this is the picture of the cars underwater and then the rain garden that same day. That's the only time, other than recently, that this has been a concern. And also, I drove by today at the other rain gardens that aren't our homes, and it was also frozen with water. I mean, I think it's just that area has more ledge, it drains slower, but again, it's never gone past the overflow point, which it's there for a reason. They're meant to absorb water and then dissipate it slowly when there's rain events. So again, it's never gone past the point where it's not supposed to. And as both the engineers stated, they were done to plan specs. So at this point, where it's been almost a full year, we're just hoping for this to be completed, because the homeowners have owned, it's really up to them at this point to maintain them.
Nope, understood. I'm just reviewing some papers on our end as well to make sure in case I have any other questions.
So I have a question.
Please.
Are these supposed to be sold before they get signed off?
Well, there's nothing prohibiting that.
Oh, and that's why they have a bond?
Correct, that was the purpose of the tri-party agreement. Because we actually, when we purchased the lot, we weren't given the information at closing, so we didn't know they existed until after the fact, unfortunately, on the second home. So rather than, making the homeowners suffer from any of that, we did the tri-party agreement and put the money up, which we were more than happy to do so. But it's just kind of gotten dragged out now. So
correct me if I'm wrong, but one of these lots, if not both of them, went before conservation the other day for they ended up getting an enforcement issue? The silt barrier was broke down?
No, my understanding from the conservation administrator, they have issues with 245 Holman, but not anything.
I was going to say, not that we've been alerted
Not
to.
anything with 147 and 159.
These are the 5 on the corner of Holman and Northfield, are they not?
They're south of
7, I believe, lots.
Northfield. 245 Northfield is at the northwest corner of Northfield and Holman. These are actually associated with 150 Holman, which is across the street from them.
This is the same issue I brought up the last time we had this on the agenda, and I
Right,
thought that they weren't stabilized yet.
And based upon your comment, I asked Sophia, do you have issue? Well, was the issue going on? And after a couple emails changed, we realized, or phone call, I realized we're talking about 2 different properties.
Both Holman properties?
Both of them are Holman.
Okay.
Yep, and I think you brought that up with, on the other Holman property. That sounds familiar.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of new construction in that Holman area.
So that's all grassed over and all the grass is established?
Correct, yeah, these have been lived in now for over a year, and the grass was put in the year before, actually, so the grass has been in for 2 years now.
All right. And if Graves is good with it, then...
Yeah, in going back, that's my understanding, is that Graves is satisfied.
Yeah,
correct?
and I submitted to them the photos that were submitted by the owner of 147 Holman, and you have in background information memo. I asked if they see any issues from the water in the rain garden. I did not see any specific issues in the rain garden. Photos provided. Infiltration best management practices are intended to drain dry within 72 hours after a storm event. There could be quite a few reasons why the rain garden is not draining, and he's indicated some common occurrences. A subsurface discharge into the rain garden. He suspected the rain garden would retain water until said discharge subsides. There could be a confining soil layer that formed during construction that's preventing the water from penetrating. And if the ponding is consistent throughout the drier seasons, I think it would warrant further investigation. My understanding.
Yeah, the only instance was July 18th and cars were underwater, so, and even then it didn't go past the overflow
And March
point.
20th or something, there was still
Which
water.
was, yeah, exactly, but, and that's because of how wet everything is right now. Everything's melting, the ground frozen layer. So, I mean, that.
So I'd provide that information to the developer. They provide an email and they say they're meant to collect water. Graves Engineering responded, we don't dispute the developer's explanation about the slower leaching rates regarding our inspection statement. They're based upon visual observations only and say that rain gardens appear to have been constructed as designed. Graves could not confirm the thickness or composition of subsurface, and they agree that it should drain in 72 hours. But getting back to point, it may get to the point that Mr. Allison raised earlier in the meeting about the rain events being larger than what they actually were expected to be in the modeling. And so may they've had, and that's something happened we're seeing the past couple of years where there's been much more significant events. So the question is, does the board find that the project that's been completed satisfactory? Graves said it was, that there could be reason for further investigation. That's up to the board to decide whether or not to issue the certificate of completion. And if you issue certificate of completion, then you can release performance guarantee. Ideally, all this would have been done before the property is sold.
Such is life. So Graves is saying, I just want to make sure I understand. Graves is saying everything, to their estimation, to their belief, everything was done to spec and
Yeah.
correctly?
Right.
And
The most recent ponding could be in several different reasons why it could be occurring. There may be an underlying layer that's developed.
I do have a picture of the neighbor's lot that we have nothing to do with, but their rain garden is pretty much, 50 feet away, and it also is ponding. I went there on the way to this meeting just to kind of put eyes on it myself, because I was curious. And the fact that, they're both parallel to each other, they both have ponding, it's just soil and whatnot. So when they do drain within the 72 hours.
so they do drain within the 72?
Yes, yep.
Okay,
And
that
I
was going to be
did
my...
reach out to the homeowner and ask, and I said, please let me know if this isn't the case. I never got a response back, so I'm assuming that everything, otherwise we typically get a follow-up.
All right. So it sounds to me like everything is behaving as it's supposed to at this point. I'm open to contrasting opinions. I'm sharing my thoughts. This is not word from on high by any means.
I mean, we held this up originally because of the reports we got back from Graves, and if we're getting their reports now saying that everything is up to where they want, I don't see any reason to keep hanging on to it.
I think three of us concur.
I'd agree with that. I just want to say that that's like the worst rain garden I've ever seen, but that's besides the point. There's nothing we can do about that at this point.
Yeah, we didn't design it.
Terrible.
We just had to follow the plan.
Just for the properties Ms. Alves was asking about earlier was up here. That's 245, and these are down here.
Okay. Oh, these are the original ones that sold before the work got done. I get you, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
No. Understandably confusing.
Yeah.
Do you have concerns or, okay, you're good?
If Graves is good, I'm good.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to try to help out and not just say I would look for a motion and throw everyone to the wolves for what that would be. Would it be a motion to approve the certificates of completion for one?
Issue certificates of completion for 147 and 159 Holman Street.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good. Now, next item on our agenda is release of performance guarantee for 147, 159 Holman. I know the original note was possible reduction, but I believe that was based on
Right.
the fact that it wasn't, hadn't issued certificates of completion. Now we've said we will. Is there more discussion to have here? That this all used to be behind the scenes for us. So,
The bylaw requires the board to release.
there we go. So, do we wish any discussion on releasing the performance guarantee for the thing we just said was done?
No.
All right, I would look for a motion to release the performance guarantee for 147 and 159 Holman. Does that do it?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for being here. I am very sorry that circumstances gave you the short stick.
That's all right. I just appreciate that you're all set with this. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night. But don't worry, we still have people who are here for topics. There's the decision that is, I think, just us going over it and signing it. So I'm going to move that to later because we know that we have someone here for board discussions. First right of refusal for 100 Howard Street from Chapter 61.
What a troop of Mikes.
I'd say this was entertaining, but
You'd be lying.
again, it's Mike Toohill, 41 Stone Fence Road, and I chair the ad hoc open space committee appointed by you guys, by the planning board. Really, what I'd like to discuss tonight is not specifically this item, Mr. Chairman, but just to open up a discussion between the open space committee. We started opening a discussion with conservation as well, and with planning board. We all get hit with requests from the town manager and the select board to weigh in on rights of first refusal appropriately. And I think that it would behoove us all to try to come up with a better way for the three boards, or at least the three boards, to coordinate and to discuss these things in a timely fashion. We had a couple in the past that slipped through because schedules for the different boards didn't match up. And this one, 100 Howard Street, I think this is the one Conservation has already voted not to extend right of first refusal. We had a discussion about this at the open space committee meeting. We're going to discuss it again at the next meeting, which is prior to the date that town manager has given us to weigh in. But before that, I wanted to come before the planning board and see if we couldn't put together a protocol for us. And maybe it means a joint meeting. Maybe it just means some kind of other communication between, staff. We don't have staff, so it would be between me and staff. or something like that, so that we don't miss out and we don't feel rushed in decisions. And we'd also like to be able to hear the opinions of our fellow board members from the other boards and committees.
You're never going to hear me complain about boards working together, boards and committees working together as appropriate within town government. And I've heard that echoed, I think, by members of this board on multiple occasions. I apologize, we're getting to we're a little past my bedtime, as it
Yeah,
were,
I
so.
understand. I've got you by a few years, so I
If I could-
understand.
Please.
So Michael, I remember I brought this, we had this discussion last year, and I had brought that back to, that's when you volunteered, and the other members said that they would if they could, to have the joint meeting when it comes up with the planning board. And we had all agreed that that was a great opportunity and appreciated it, and that was just before Adam left. So, I think that might have been in the works and may have just kind of dropped off the table, but we've already discussed that, and that was a great idea, I thought, for the groups to get together immediately, rather than, everybody doing it piecemeal, and then
Right.
before you know it, our 120 days are up.
Mm-hmm.
One question I had, and I think we talked a little bit about this, Matt, was, does the planning board have a checklist for themselves or for applicants to know when a property that's coming before them is in chapter 61?
The checklist is actually getting the application for something and just making sure that you check that it's not in chapter.
Okay, I'd say I don't know of any process, so
Okay.
that's worrisome in its own right, because that's a piece of institutional action. Annie, do we understand that correctly?
I have a general understanding, but I'm open to hearing more about that.
But yeah, you're not aware of anything when you
Oh,
were
no.
filing things that were, okay.
Not to my understanding.
So, it sounds like it'd be nice to have,
Something that I also brought up to conservation, it would be good, I mean, open space doesn't issue permits. So, we get the request when it comes from town manager, but for those, boards, commissions that are issuing permits, it might be a good idea just to have that be one of the checklists that an applicant has to, talk about. Just a simple checkbox on an application, sheet that most boards and commissions have. Here's how your plans have to look. Here's the information you have to give to us. Here's how you have to notify abutters, whatever it is. Just have a line in there that says, is this property in chapter 61, and which section of chapter 61 is it in, if it is in chapter 61?
I'm thinking that through, and chapter 60, coming out of chapter is triggered on sale commonly.
Change of use and sell.
Yeah. And so,
Well, actually, not sell, but transfer.
transfer, okay.
There are exclusions from that too, family members and trusts. and
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, because that means we don't see things when they're just transferred or sold. We only see applications when they're gonna finally do something with the property, correct?
A&Rs or developments, right.
So, that doesn't capture the properties that would, because it's my understanding, and this is where I'm open to correction, there would often be the case someone with land in chapter was sell to a developer would build.
Developer will hold the property until they get ready to build, yes.
Yes.
And that they keep it in chapter as much as possible, because those are holding cost.
Right. And then they would send a letter typically to the select board, to the town manager, stating an intention to take it out of chapter.
Well,
So that's one way that they get captured, but another way they could get captured is if a property comes into you and asks for A&Rs.
The
The question might be, is this property in Chapter 61? It doesn't mean that you can't issue an A&R. Matter of fact, we have to. But it kind of puts everything on the radar, is all I'm saying. This whole conversation about getting boards together, talking about it, making sure that we all, get the correct information or the information that the select board is looking for to them in a timely fashion. It's all about communication.
And division of property is not a change in use.
Mm-hmm.
It does not trigger the notification. The notification, that's part of the problem, is state law requires notification to the planning board, board of assessors, conservation, and select board. It doesn't say notify the select board. It goes to each of these boards independently under state law, which I think is bizarre. It goes back to a century ago when there was less of a formal structure in local government.
That's true, but town council opined that, in this case, that when the developer filed the A&Rs, that started the 120-day clock.
A&R?
Well, that could have been, but my understanding, I thought we talked about this at the meeting, was that the ultimate decision the town council made was that this was a bona fide offer and it was effective as of the first week of March
March 2nd.
this year.
Yeah.
The A&R was filed last year.
I'm sorry, it wasn't the A&R, it was the...
I've seen numerous properties file A&Rs and it doesn't change the 61A status.
And that's absolutely fine, sir. All I'm saying is there a better process for our boards to review these things
I
than
think
how we're currently doing it?
I think your point is that it would make beneficial to add in a checklist on your application forms. Is this under a Chapter 61A, B, or 61? Because it's 3 different categories. And it makes everybody aware of it. Yeah, it is. So if somebody's applying for A&Rs on this property and make 5 lots, you can expect there's going to be a request for removal from 61A or 61B in the future. And the town could then begin discussion about when it comes in, do you want to exercise your rights to buy it?
I think it's a good idea. I wonder how, without a super stable planning office, we go from that checkbox being checked to it actually being processed when the next step happens, but I think it's better to have it there regardless. I'm not... So let's just start there, one thought at a time. How do we feel about adding a checkbox to our applications for the relevant applications to ask, is this under chapter, but the more correct legal terminology?
I mean, a checklist by default is much friendlier to submissions. So is probably a good idea in general.
Yeah, I mean, this would just be a checkbox on our existing applications, which I will address briefly later in the meeting as well. I like that. As for us getting together, Mike, from my biased viewpoint, I would say we can invite y'all to the next, after we get the info and we know what's happening, we can invite y'all to the next planning board meeting. You can publish that you're meeting too, and we can all sit here. But it's sure easy to say that when I'm the one already here on a Monday night.
Yep.
Do you think that would work for your committee? Would that not work? Or do you have another idea of how we'd approach it?
No, I think that would be just fine, and, we'll try to make it work. It's difficult with the number of night meetings that we all attend for different reasons, that we may or may not have a quorum at your meeting, but it doesn't mean that as members of the public and your ad hoc committee, that we can't weigh in, having looked at our databases and information to see whether or not, from open spaces perspective, whether it's worthwhile for the town to exercise right of first refusal.
And is the board comfy with that idea? As I just kind of threw it out there, saying it seems to make sense, but I should turn to us and go, does that feel good?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I see nothing we need to vote on here, correct? This is just, hey, when this happens, we'll call you in. Oh, you're giving me that look, so does that mean we should be voting on
Yeah,
something?
you've got a time, you got time to tonight, but you do have a time constraint of voting on whether or not to take a position the town should exercise its right of first refusal.
Yeah, on the current, in general, and on the current one specifically.
On the current specific, you do.
Well,
Yeah.
also,
This is 120 days, thing from the date of
the
submission.
select board has requested a response by, what is it, April 4th, I think it was? Do you remember, Mike?
I think you're right.
Okay,
April 4th, and that's before our next meeting.
then you
so-
need to do it tonight then.
Yeah, that we can, okay, great. So looking forward, we have a better plan.
Why did they put April 8th, April 4th, do you know?
Why does the select board do anything they do?
Oh, I know why. If you're going to exercise it, it's going to have to be on the warrant. That's probably why.
Fair.
It was requested to do 30 days
All right.
to weigh in.
And the Conservation Commission, he was correct in stating that the Conservation Commission has already recommended not to, has voted not to recommend exercise. But I watched that meeting, and one of the members said that it didn't meet any of the listed, the checklist, and I think it does, but.
Well, let's,
But, and as I said, at Open Space, I don't think that there is any appetite whatsoever in any corner of this town to spend $300,000 on 20 acres of land just to protect it when we're looking at an override. I don't think that that's even a possibility.
I think that's also a fair point.
Okay.
They'll say the opposite when they come around and be like, oh, this is being overdeveloped. Like, it's gonna flip the other way, but we can't do anything about that.
Agreed.
Well, I'm not super, oh wait, West Townsend Road, okay.
Yeah, so this is confusing the way they laid it out, but
Yeah, I'm looking at the map here, trying to,
the north is in a different direction.
because West Townsend just comes right off of Northfield, right? It's Northfield to Chase.
No, it comes off of 13. It's over across from the DPW, kind of.
Really? What am I,
Down near the DPW.
I'm just looking at a map on my own.
So the existing parent parcel is a 64-acre parcel. The Mulpus Brook goes right through it. It's where the tree farm, there's new Christmas trees there. What's it adjacent?
I forget that West Townsend crosses Chase, because I drive the other part of West Townsend all the time.
That's right. So Howard Street, so it's right.
Yep. Because it doesn't remain West Townsend forever. The road name changes.
Because it's Townsend.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Now I get where we're looking. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, going back to I guess, so, Mr. Allison, you were saying you believe it does meet some of our criteria.
So just for background, the Open Space prepared our updated Open Space plan for 2020, 21, something like that. And it didn't change the criteria. They have 6 criteria they had set for importance to look at when looking at possible acquisition of land. The first one being it's 50 acres or more in size. This one is not. The second one is it 80 AC, I didn't write them all out. So ACEC Coldwater Fishery, that hits the second checklist because it's both of those. The entire parcel is ACEC and Mulpus is a coldwater fishery. 3, it provides public access and recreation, so that would be a check. And it's arguable if it would provide scenic and rural, maintaining scenic and rural character. I think that 20 acres with no houses is more scenic and rural than 20 acres with 3 houses. So I would have checked it, but is it contiguous to any currently any land owned by the town? No, it is not. And is there agricultural viability to the parcel? I believe it is. The entire parcel has prime and local importance forest land. However, there is a minimal amount of prime farmland soils. So in that explanation, there were 3 out of the 6 that it checked, and I would argue that it's also scenic and rural maintaining, which would make it 4. However, given what I said before and the scene in what we've got going on recently, we're not going to get $300,000 to preserve land. It's my opinion, but and it does just barely make 3, and 3 was the minimum that was specified. So that was my due diligence on this parcel. I think it would be a great opportunity if we didn't have all the financial crunch going on right now.
Fair.
But we do, so.
Mike, I'll take your thoughts as well, because you're here, and I would love your input on this.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as Matt. I mean, there is some public open space, kind of one parcel removed from this parcel, and there's some trails up there. This is the headwaters of Mulpus Brook. So it's not immediately contiguous to open space, but Matt, I think you'd pointed out that there's actually a trail on the private land next door that connects this parcel to the public parcel.
Yep.
It's marginal. It's 3 or 4 out of the 6 at best. And again, with the price and with where the town is right now, the open space did not take a vote, by the way. We discussed it quite a bit. I just checked our calendar. We're actually not meeting until after the date that was set by town manager for us to get our recommendation back. One of the recommendations I'd had to open space was to come to this meeting, and I'm here, but Matt's on open space also, so there are 2 of us here. And I'll be talking to Mary tomorrow morning, Mary Wilson and Sonia over at the conservation office as well. It'd be nice, but it may not be in the cards.
And I'll ask other board members.
I think that, I mean, I'm at the same spot. I liked Matt's description of it. But unfortunately, if we're in a spot where nobody's gonna want to put up the money for it, I don't know what we do at that point.
Yeah, Amanda, if you have thoughts, I don't want to talk over you by any means.
No, I mean, I have the same thought. I guess I don't, the process for, if we say yes, it goes to the select board?
So we have a recommendation.
We recommend it to the select board, and they can choose whether or not to approve or deny.
So conservation has a recommendation, open space has a recommendation, planning has a recommendation.
Okay.
Open space is not going to be able to have an official recommendation. Planning board, we can tonight. Conservation has already
Said no.
said
Pass.
declined to recommend.
Okay.
So I like the idea of protecting the stretch of the Mulpus more than anything. Like that I look at that and go, well, hot dang. But I actually worry, looking holistically, it's not just the budget difficulties. I expect there's going to be override requests this year. And with that being the case, I feel like going to town meeting with our handout saying, but this is good, even if it is just where this is marginal and there's seem to be some other really stark needs in town. I worry that just having another handout might make everything not get through that might need to happen, if that makes sense.
We do have a participant with a hand raised.
Love it. Love public input. Come join us in this fantastic and exciting discussion.
Good evening, Board. David King from RE/MAX, also live at 667 Reservoir Road in Lunenburg. I wanted to inform you that your number is off. The actual number for the 4 lots is $425,000, just so you're aware.
Oh, I thought it was only...
It's divvied up into two. This one's 315, and then there's a second one at the bottom of the document that's 120.
Oh,
all right.
I thought it was only 3 lots. You say it was 4?
There's 1, 3, and 4 on this one, and then lot 2 is at the bottom of the document.
Okay.
All right. All right, thank you for that correction.
Thanks, we're even worse position.
You're welcome.
I'm going to call it $500,000 in discussion. Yes, that's slightly overstating, but...
There's no appetite for that.
Yeah, no, I don't think there is. I mean, are we supposed to take that into account when we recommend to the select board?
That's another very good question that I struggled with when I came to this, but regardless.
We have another participant with a hand raised.
This is I love it. Thank you. Please join us, friend.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. This is Kim Duffy, 1479 Mass Ave. Sorry, my video's not working at the moment, but hope that's okay. I just wanted to comment on that the different boards, they're not recommending or whatnot, but it all seems to be based on the financial discussion. And I'm curious from my perspective, the boards that's not the financial commission. Like the planning board isn't the financial committee, the open space committee, you're not, primarily, I know everyone's focused on money, but I don't think the boards should be focused on the money part. It should be focused on what the kind of goal of that board is. Is the open space committee, what's their goal? Is it to save the town money, recommend things based off of money, or is it to recommend stuff based off of open space recommendations? Planning board, what's best for the town, what it fits in with the town plan. Like, I think that's what the recommendations really should be geared towards, and with understanding that yes, there's money constraints, but we never will we'll never prioritize the things that are important to us if we always just focus on money. Because the long-term outcome of the town, like people really want rural, infrastructure to stay and for all of that. But, I understand like financial things, but that's the financial committee, in my opinion's role to voice that and saying if it's feasible or not. But the other boards should, in my opinion, focus more on their goals. But
no, that's a very fair point.
Open space, in our discussion, our meeting a week ago, I guess it was, we didn't dwell at all on finances. We talked about the reality of whether or not this parcel fit into the open space plan and was worthy of being considered under right of first refusal as open space, meeting the criteria. As Matt outlined, we have 6 different criteria. It made 2, 3, or 4. We also, as a committee, we have to think about this is not the only piece of land that's going to come before us that's in chapter, that's coming out of chapter. And we've seen others before. And we have to remember what the open space plan says about the criteria and how a parcel fits into the overall plan. And we've seen other parcels that fit in better than this particular parcel did. So that's where open space, again, we did not vote on this, but we did have a good discussion about it. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, back to you.
No, don't apologize, please. My God, it's like there's public discussion happening at a public meeting.
Look at that. Hey, I just want to mention, did everybody get clear? I didn't get the third speaker's name clearly. I don't know if that's going to need to be available for the minutes.
Kim Duffy?
It was Kim Duffy.
It did sound like
I
it,
didn't
okay.
hear it, but I recognized her voice, so.
Yeah.
Excellent. Now, and that's why I ask, what Ms. Duffy brings up is why I ask about what we're supposed to decide on. Because, just giving real insight into my personal thought process, and this is not the board, this is me. In edge cases, right or wrong, we could debate that, I absolutely look at the politics of a scenario. In that, sometimes ask, because when you say, yes, we recommend this, people view it as asking. It doesn't matter if it's an ask, because, yeah, on paper, it's just a recommendation. But people view it as asking. We want this. And I always try to be aware of, if you're asking for something in someone else's eyes, are you likely to get it? And how does the perception of that ask impact future requests and future goals? Which may or may not be, Mr. Allison, what you were kind of alluding to with, does the town have the appetite for this? There's a practical standpoint in the immediacy. I also look at it and go, if we turn to the select board and say, yeah, we should get this, when the use is marginal, use being like the checklist value, being on the border, does that impact when we bring other things forward? And the perception then. And that's actually why I turn and ask, because if we're not supposed to consider money, that's one thing. If that is a relevant factor in a holistic picture, to me, ends up being something I consider.
Is it Mr. King? We have another hand raised.
Great.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. David King, again, 667 Reservoir Road, and with RE/MAX. I'm a developer, have been for a number of years. I assess town property, I assess property for value, return on investment, building, construction, all that good stuff. I think one of the things that frustrates me about some of these meetings is you guys are asked to make decisions on things, but you're not given all the tools. For example, any corporation that has a board that does what you do would be given a budget at the beginning of the year, and they'd say, okay, you have $1 million to spend over the next year, and you can acquire whatever property you want, but you got to stick within the budget. That's number one. Number two, if you look at what intrinsic value is the property to the public. Is it property the public will use? Is it property that leads to something that the public would like to use? If you look at all the land that I'm aware of, which is a significant amount, that's owned by the town, and the fact that it is legally allowed for the public to trespass on it and use it, and the fact that nobody ever uses it, ever, and doesn't even know it's there and would use it or could use it, this property on a scale of 1 to 10, as somebody who develops property, is about a 1. There is nothing intrinsically nice about it. One of the buyers that's buying the 3 lots, or proposed to buying the 3 lots, is thinking that his son might want to do some farming on it. And it's just not a great piece of land for anything like that. It's a piece of land that's just, there's nothing special about it. It doesn't have a view. It doesn't border on anything special. Sure, it's got a little stream going through it, which is nice, if you want to go down there and sit next to the stream. But at the end of the day, it's not a great piece of land for anything. And it's a perfect piece of land because it's on a major street that is a well-desired street. So it's a good way for homes to go right there, close to the road, and provide what's needed for revenue for the town so they can buy real pieces of property they can turn into parks and turn into things that the public will want to use and appreciate, as opposed to just buying spare pieces of land to add to a repertoire of a whole bunch of other pieces of land that they don't use for anything. And just my 2 cents worth.
Well, thank you. And I would argue that somewhat goes back to the idea of there being a goal with purchasing, as Mike pointed out as well. What do we think, board?
I mean, if we don't have to make the actual decision, if we're handing this off to the select board to make the final, like, my thought is, yes, I'd prefer the town have the property. But that's it. I'm not making the financial decisions. I'm
Yep.
not making the conservation decisions, so.
I think I'd agree with that. My point earlier was, what's the worst that happens if we send this with a recommendation to the select board and it gets, denied, or it goes to the town and it gets denied, however, that process works. I feel the frustration of residents when they come in post this process and now are dealing with developed land and it's not looking very nice and they're having water issues. I haven't been on this board for that long, so I haven't seen a lot of projects where it goes from one step to the next step, but I can see the frustration of people. So if we're not making the financial decisions, as Mr. Wilsmer said, what's the worst that'll happen if we give this a recommendation? So, Mr.
Can I
Harris?
throw something out?
Yes.
I put myself in a position of being a select board member. Oh, planning board is recommending that we acquire this. Okay, let's put this on town meeting as a warrant at the request of the planning board. And then the planning board members have to justify it. So you are then put in a position of arguing for the financial.
Sure.
And so it's not just a mere recommendation, it's you're now become the advocate for it. And I think the chair and Mr. Allison raised valid points that if you have other things on the agenda of town meeting that you want to have approved, it can set a negative perspective about the planning board going into those other items.
I don't like politics, though. So
I'm just telling you, that's
that's
the
very
reality.
political,
Yeah.
but I understand.
That's the reality of town meetings I worked at before. We always thought through these things before we put some town meeting, whether we want to put this item on the town meeting warrant or not, because these three would go through. This one may not, and if this one, the select board puts this one first, everything goes down. So that's just part of the thought process I think one has to go through, and you have to look at, is it a priority acquisition, or is it a marginal acquisition? If it's a marginal, it'd be nice to have, but it's not a one we really need to have. I think you have to think through that process. And I come across that way because where I worked at for the Conservation Commission at one time, every piece of property that anybody ever wanted to offer, didn't matter how small it was, they were advocates for acquiring. And that can result in a no response.
I'm going to point of order us for 1 second. Is it 10 or 10:30 we have to vote to go past? I think it's 10:30.
10:30.
Cool. Okay, great. Just wanted to, so we don't run afoul of our own rules. My God. All right. Matt, do you have things you want to share?
I can't disagree with, I don't think anything that's been said about this. I can go either way. I have gone both ways on this in my mind. I would certainly call it marginal rather than a priority, as far as the necessity of acquisition. I had brought up before at the open space meeting that there is one abutting property, and then on the other side of that abutting property, which is currently in chapter, we would gain access to 243.2 acres in 4 parcels that's currently only accessible through Townsend. 4 different parcels making up 240-plus acres. But after that meeting, I went back home and realized that we've already got another parcel on Howard Street that provides that same potential access. So that thought that the potential access would have tipped this in my mind from marginal to priority. That kind of goes back down to marginal. I've got to say that the town conservation owns over 2,000 acres in town. Once it goes into conservation, it doesn't come back. It doesn't often get put to a very, if at all, used, and it's off the tax rolls. So, and I will push back a little bit on what I understood to be the implication was that residential development is a plus for the town. Residential development costs the town more than it makes from the development. And I've heard this time and time again from people who are much more involved than I am, and it totally makes sense in my mind, because unless it's a Walmart with people shoplifting all the time and cops getting called, it's a home and it uses resources, whereas business and commercial does not. So I don't think that that could be used as an argument, because I don't think that residential development does help the town financially, but spending large chunks of money at budgetary crisis times to buy marginally useful land and also take it off the tax rolls, I think also is not beneficial. And I do want to speak to Ms. Duffy's point that, and I appreciate you making it, we are not a fiscally responsible group. I think that's the correct term. Is that we are not responsible for fiscal.
Slightly different from fiscally irresponsible.
We're not necessarily irresponsible, but we're not setting any budgets, right?
Not a fiscal governance group.
Whatever it is, we tell people they can develop this and they can't develop that, and we put together bylaws that get voted by the town. But I agree with the sentiment that was expressed that ideally we shouldn't be looking at this with finances in mind. However, being elected officials that are knee-deep involved in a lot of stuff going on, and I think that you'd be hard-pressed to have a citizen in town that wasn't aware of the financial crisis that we're apparently experiencing. I think that would be irresponsible. However, I do appreciate the sentiment that this should be looked at with money in the background, I guess. Not completely missing, but there are a lot of more as Mike said, there are a lot of other parcels that are much more interesting that may or may not be coming up, but
I think in the end, I would not vote in favor of passing this, of recommending to the select board, really for all the reasons I've already discussed as I kind of piece it through, including the marginal use, including thoughts from members of the open space, as well as thoughts about the political landscape as well, being real. But that's me. That is one vote. So this is exciting. I actually don't know how we're going to fall on this one. Often I say I'll accept a motion, and I feel like there's a place it's going to go. Ooh, I don't know. This is exciting.
Well, okay, so us being an even number of board members, a motion can be made and seconded and not pass.
Yes.
which is odd. I think I want to mention the opportunity that there exists, that we could not have a recommendation. But I think that that's been looked at negatively in the past, I think, by this group.
I mean, I would not want us to passively not make a recommendation. I am comfortable with the notion if we want to do, if that's something we voted in favor, like, I would not find it inappropriate for us to vote in favor of no recommendation, if that makes sense. There's a difference between not answering and answering saying, I'm also comfortable with no recommendation. I am not comfortable recommending. Personally, I am comfortable not recommending or not having a stance, because I think that's even in some ways closer to where I am.
Yeah, I think I'm on the fence in that direction as well, so it kind of puts the whole group on the fence, I think.
I would look to the group for a motion.
Motion to put forth, how's it go? Not recommend to the select board?
I'm fine with that, but are you looking for not recommend or no recommend, what would the wording be there? Because can there be a difference between we don't think you should and we don't really have an opinion?
We don't have a recommendation. We don't have, planning board's considered it, and we don't have a recommendation on this property.
That one.
That one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jack, can I just say so moved?
Think so.
Okay, so moved.
It's 10 o'clock at night, you better be able to.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in to turn to the select board and say, we do not have a recommendation on this for or against. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right?
So we're unanimously indeterminate.
Yeah. Thank you so much for everyone from the public who chimed in on this.
And then tomorrow night, the select board can ask you what that means.
I will be happy to discuss that. That's fine. I'll be there. My God. All right. I'm going to look at our agenda. It is 10 o'clock. I would like us to get home, so I am going to look at what still needs to happen. The decision, we don't have to do during public meeting time, because that's just signing now, right? Is there anything else to do there?
I don't know what your practice has been.
What's that?
I don't know what your practice has been on those.
No, we've just, if it's already decided, we just sign, because we've
Okay.
signed in the office and other things.
Okay.
Great, but it's been on the agenda, so I just kind of run with it. Is there, I'm just going to look quickly, is there any harm in putting off the minutes approval to next time? Because I just want us to get kind of out of here at this point for our own. And if everyone's like, no, I really want to do X, say the word. I'm going to do committee reports and say, are there any committee reports that are critical we have or important we have before April 8th?
No.
Nope.
I just want to mention one
Please, and just tell us what committee it's for.
MRPC, Montechusett Regional Planning
Commission.
There it is. This is just really quick. MRPC, they're taking collections for the Montechusett's Veterans Outreach Center. March 25th through May 20th. You can go on MRPC's website and see what they're taking. They're taking a ton of different things. They will pick up at your home if you don't want to drop it off at MRPC in Leominster. Or you can drop it off at their office, either way. But that's it, I just want to put that out there.
Great, thank you. The other thing on there that we do kind of need to address very quickly, administrative notes, format change to applications within 2 weeks to provide accurate contact in. Okay. Format change to applications. The rest of those words matter far less. I'm looking for the file in here because I see old special permit application. Oh, updated. Updated special permit application blank is the file, and I can show you here too. One thing Josie has started doing, and would like our blessing to put into practice, is a format change on the on many of our applications. There is no information difference. It is exactly the same fields as are there now, but the formatting change is twofold. One is giving more white space and kind of more clarity of what goes where to our traditional applications. Reason being that there are sections that are commonly missed by applicants. So trying to make it easier to make sure everything's filled out, as well as the format she is using would be compatible eventually with digitally filling them out as opposed to having to handwrite things. So someone could put it on their computer, type it in, send it back easier. Again, the file example is updated special permit. There's no change in what we're asking. It is purely an aesthetic change along with a background change that can make it easier for digital submissions. I didn't know if we needed, one, I wanted to make us aware of that. Two, I want to see if there were any big concerns. Three, I didn't know if we needed a vote for that. Cool. Because there's no process change. Are we? So giving it a quick look-see, is this something people are comfortable with, they want to put off?
I think it's fine if it's the same information.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make that much of a difference.
I don't know as something that would normally even cross our radar, but absent a full-time land use director and full-time administrative assistant, this is the kind of stuff that I'm like, really has to come to us, I think. But if people are cool with it, great.
And just so you're aware, hopefully we can get these put into OpenGov online, so people submit the application online, and then you have mandatory filled in, so every box will be checked.
That was going to be my only question, is the compatibility is with the OpenGov, and that's what we've got?
No.
Yep.
So is Board of Health and Building the only ones using that still?
I think Conservation is going to it as well.
Oh, that's right, yep. Yep, Mary was, yep.
I'm getting nods that seem to say, okay.
So I will say from personal experience of having dealt on the other side of these applications, I did not like doing the application from the engineering side of it online. I just didn't like it, but I'm a Luddite in a lot of areas and don't like them. I resist a lot of stuff, so is what it is.
Yeah. I have no idea if the goal is to make online application mandatory. I don't even know how that works or if we can, but regardless, right now there's still manual fill-in anyway. This facilitates an eventual change, or even just sending people the files so they can take them.
One of the benefits of it, if they go through OpenGov, all those can be accessed through the internet, and so it creates more transparency. And you can get departments' response more easily, and so I think it'd be helpful.
All right. Sounds good. Meeting schedule. We meet here at 6 o'clock unless, in Town Hall, unless otherwise noted. Upcoming meetings are April 8th and April 22nd. Ongoing items, I see nothing there that needs further activity at the moment. Public comment? Seeing none, hearing none, no hands up on Zoom.
There's a hand.
Yep, we have.
Hi again, Kim Duffy, 1479 Mass Ave. Thank you for letting me join this meeting and for opportunity for public comment. Just wanted to add in, so, I understand, looking at recommendations in a holistic manner, and I definitely don't disagree with anything that anyone said about financial irresponsibility or responsibility. So I think that is important to consider. But, in general, I think, and not focusing on the specific land voted on tonight, just generally kind of disappointed that I see a lot of the boards lean, and maybe I'm not long-term have all the, experience that has happened in the past. But in general, when I see boards lean towards not providing a recommendation, I can't help but think how it's the board's responsibility to hear the information and provide the select board with an informed decision based on the scope of their board. The select board may not share the same insight, and this leaves them with essentially not acting. If there's no recommendation from a board, you might as well just vote that you don't recommend it, since, when you're saying if you do vote to recommend something, you're voting that you do want it. So I feel in the opposite kind of viewpoint, it's saying that you don't recommend it. But I don't know, I just believe that if a board recommends something that they should, and separately from a different thing that was brought up, that if a board recommends something, they should present the financial reasons for doing so. This might not be the current practice, but I just don't think that's the right culture to have in these types of board recommendations. I haven't been involved in town politics or around town politics for very long, but just in my experience with kind of providing recommendations and whatnot in other areas of my life, I think that we should just all consider what's within our scope, and just take it for what it is. It might not be financially appropriate, but according to the scope of whatever you're focusing on, it would be recommended, or not, which is fine. But I like to, when I'm voting in a town meeting, I really do take into consideration whether the board's recommend it or not. And if I get really thrown off if a board has no recommendation. I don't really know what to think, because they're the ones with the most information, and it really confuses me as to why not. So thank you very much.
Fair. Thank you, Ms. Duffy, very much appreciated.
Yes, thank you. And we're at public comment time anyway, right?
Yep.
So I would follow on with that last sentiment, and on the flip side, just because a board did vote in favor of something, it's also sometimes a good question to think about it. I mean, you want to think about everything regardless of what any board says, quite honestly. Sometimes I can think of recent examples, but I'm not going to bring them up. There were certain situations where one board feels this way, one board feels that way, another board feels this way. Quite honestly, stepping back and looking at the situation from an outside perspective, it didn't really seem a lot to have to do with that specific example. It just seemed to be the natural way that our government grinds. So, just for what it's worth.
Fair points. Thank you. Is there any other public comment out there?
Nope.
All right. Board comment concerns. Loving that silence. I'm looking for a motion. I'm looking for a lot of emotions. I am looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4 hours, 17 minutes later.
No records.
Not